72,000. Text the word cabinets to 72,000 or go online, wallsbydesign.com.
Hi, I'm Marty Lenz. I'm a very lucky guy. I get to talk with you for a living each day, and I also get to tell you about my friends Gabe Ribble and Empower Home Team with Keller Williams. Their results are staggering each month. They continue to raise the bar, helping their home sellers like me, and it's why I will always tell you that agent selection matters. Who else sells a home every 2 hours or has over 14,400 ready buyers in waiting, looking for a home just like yours? Gay and her team will guarantee to sell your home at 100% of your list price or pay you the difference in cash. I only recommend one of the top teams for families served in the Front Range, as reported by the Wall Street Journal. Empower Home Team. Call my friend Gabe Ribble right now. 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD. Visit GayHasTheBuyers.com, G-A-Y-E, GayHasTheBuyers.com.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Any room with cabinets should be beautiful and functional. That's why the showroom at Affiliated Cabinet Group is so unique. It's all about the design. This is a showroom without pressure, great customer service, and a unique selection of cabinets. For cabinets, flooring, granite, and more, you really need to visit the showroom. With more than 50 years of business in Colorado, they're doing it right. Go online to affiliatedcabinetgroup.com or call and make an appointment at 303-422-2399. 303-422-2399.
It's hard to read the news lately. I find so much news to be one-sided or driven by a political angle. It was frustrating. Then I found a source I could trust. The Denver Gazette. The Denver Gazette offers real news, tells you what's really going on, and reports the facts. How crazy is that? Quality news, factual reporting, and a great resource for local events, sports, and weather. Check it out at denvergazette.com.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Partly sunny skies for your Friday. Temperatures today up close to 80 degrees. A little breezy with a good chance for some showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Lowe's knows the best deals for Dad. That's why this Father's Day you can save up to 40% on select tools and accessories. Shop Father's Day deals today. Lowe's knows dads. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/18. Selection varies by location.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. Former President Trump caught on tape as part of the federal indictment against him for his handling of classified materials. ABC News learning there's a recording of Trump admitting to taking classified materials and then acknowledging he couldn't declassify them since he was out of office. But will that lead to a conviction? ABC News political director Rick Klein.
We've seen Donald Trump benefit politically from things that might sink any other candidacy in the history of forever. And I think at this point, it'd be folly to say that his base is going to abandon him because of these charges. I do think they're very serious. They're a huge distraction, and there's a big argument to be made that it might not be practically possible for him to be making all these court appearances and mounting a legal defense in multiple jurisdictions at the same time that he is running for president.
Trump has denied any wrongdoing, and on his Truth Social platform called the federal indictment a dark day for the U.S.
I'm innocent, and we will prove that very, very soundly and hopefully very quickly. Thank you very much.
This is ABC News. Battles raging in southern Ukraine as the apparent Ukrainian counteroffensive steps up. The fighting appears to be centered in western Zaporizhia, not far from Europe's largest nuclear plant. This as Ukrainians are still trying to get out of the way of floodwaters after a major dam was attacked. America's roads turning more deadly.
Almost 40,000 people were killed in car crashes in 2021, a 10% increase from the pandemic year of 2020. Forbes Advisor took a state-by-state look at the figures, studying alcohol, drowsiness, driver distraction, and wrong-way driving as factors. Based on those criteria, Washington, D.C. has the nation's best drivers, Texas the worst, followed by Louisiana, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Kentucky. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And a new deal between GM and Tesla. EVs from GM will soon be able to access Tesla's network of superchargers, and GM says it will start building cars using Tesla's charging technology. This follows a similar deal made between Tesla and Ford last month. Rena Roy, ABC News.
There are few things in life that people get as emotional over than their finances, and that can be very dangerous when it comes to your investments. This is Jill Schlesinger, business analyst. Did you know investors lose money every year because they trade on emotions, headlines, and hearsay instead of data? But there's a solution. StockCharts.com. StockCharts.com has been the leading online charting tool that experts and disciplined traders have used for over 20 years. By utilizing the most advanced online charts, they're able to view and understand market history and investor sentiment by using technical analysis to manage their risk and find opportunities. You can do the same. Go to StockCharts.com for a free 30-day trial, pick the stocks and indexes you want to track, review historical data, spot the trends, then make informed decisions and invest with confidence. You'll also have access to a knowledge bank from leading global analysts on how to interpret an ever-changing market. Better insights for smarter investing. Go to StockCharts.com and start your free 30-day trial today.
Hi, I'm here. KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Xcel Energy is facing a new lawsuit that blames the utility for the origin and aftermath of the Marshall Fire. Investigators and
that's a major.
We got you.
Hey, Barrow, thanks.
Nobody's here today, right?
No one's in the studio. Kevin's here.
All right.
Oh, no pizza for the studio. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but that's nice.
Coming straight to my house.
I get to shimmy off my pants then. Okay, good.
With what happened. So we're going to help these people get recovered.
No pizza for me.
It's a Friday the Marshall tradition. Fire was started.
But I don't have your pizza anyway. I can't.
Not by its power lines. The attorneys responsible for the lawsuit holding a town hall tomorrow in Louisville in hopes of adding more victims to the suit. Colorado ski resorts are celebrating a new record for winter visitors. Colorado Ski Country USA announced that resorts had nearly 15 million visits during the ski season. That is up about 8% from the previous year. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Just a beautiful drive throughout the Denver Metro for this Friday morning. I-25 southbound, we are seeing brief slowdowns into downtown between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. I-25 northbound, no complaints from one end of town to the other. Heading south of downtown, 6th Avenue eastbound, we are seeing some normal brief congestion spots on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Otherwise, just a beautiful drive throughout town. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, fair skies at the moment. We're expecting a high of 79 degrees this afternoon with clouds rolling in, more scattered thunderstorms. Overnight low 53. The current temperature is 70 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
I have never purchased a product ever where I found immediate benefits that day. Within 10 minutes, my house was cooler. I have used my air conditioner 1/3 of the time since getting this. QC, Colorado. That's the name for the whole house fans. Some people call them attic fans. I love QCColorado.com. You will too. Get an evaluation. 303-800-3419 or QCColorado.com.
Hi, Colorado. This is Steve Powers with McDonald Automotive. At McDonald Automotive, we're all in when it comes to electric vehicles. We're one of the few automotive groups where you can shop 21 models of fully electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles. Our brands include Volkswagen, Audi, Hyundai, Volvo, and Polestar. Stop by our McDonald dealerships on South Broadway in Littleton or visit Colorado's only Polestar store in the heart of Cherry Creek North.
Every morning is at the gig.
Guys?
We're just saying hi.
On Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW.
Another divorce?
Leland Conway.
Boy, the scandal with Biden and bribery continues to widen. Plus,
You know, I had a
there's
friend
a
that got
proposal
divorced.
for an amendment to the Constitution to ban
then
assault weapons and twisted views.
He started
630
dating his
KHOW,
wife
Denver's
again.
Talk Station.
And the friend said, another friend said she came back for the second half.
Bad news. You
For the other half.
so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number. 303-713-8255. Get ready for air conditioning with the lowest price guaranteed from 888heating.com. Now, you have to have the same equipment, but in other words, apples for apples comparison. That's only fair, right? And they have all the major brands, high efficiency. 888heating.com. The best price guarantee, 303-770-2776. 770-2776. You know, I haven't really used air yet. Have you used air, Kevin, yet?
No, I haven't been any reason. It's been so nice.
Yeah, I haven't, but my whole system's off, but I have the whole house fan I ran maybe once or twice so far.
You like those, huh?
The QC, oh, it absolutely. Absolutely. You see the way this house is built with this lower floor is cool, right?
Yep.
So it circulates through the house. I think you have to have, like, not necessarily a basement, but a lower level kind of at least
somewhere
partly.
to draw from.
Yeah, cooler. But no matter what, it destratifies air. I digress. We're talking about fans, but let's talk about cars. We've had recently some, and by the way, is Mark on right now? Mark?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. We've had
I
a
have
lot.
not used my AC either, man.
So yeah, you're and where you are a little higher, and also it's really cooler. When I lived in Franktown, it was wonderful.
It's about, people don't realize this, it's so close to Castle Rock, but for whatever reason, we're about 10 degrees cooler.
Well, where I live, Mark, I was about, what was I, about 800 or 900 feet higher than the city. So are you, right?
Yeah, and plus, I think the other thing is we're so shaded from all the trees where I'm at.
Oh, I can tell you exactly how. Never mind. So here's the deal. When it comes to these calls recently, Mark, we've had, and Kevin, I don't know what to tell people. A car is under warranty. The warranty is not disputing the claim whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But the car won't be in service for 4 to 6 months because they can't find the part.
You can't get the parts, yeah.
What the heck? I mean, this is a dilemma. What do? I mean, they don't owe you a new car, but for God's sakes, what happens? I think under the Lemon Law, I think it triggers the Lemon Clause, which says the first year of ownership or warranty period, whichever is shortest, because now it's going to be first year of ownership. Most warranties go beyond a year. They say if you lose the use of your car for a cumulative total of 30 days.
That's true.
Well, guess what? If you're waiting for a part, to me, that's loss of use.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of people think that's canceled out by a loaner. It's not. You are deemed to have the right to have your own car. And I don't know what you do, though. Do you push it? I don't think, personally, I would care if I had a loaner. I don't think
that
I
would solve your problem.
I
for
wouldn't
sure.
care.
Yeah.
Because to me, I'm extending the life of my car. I mean, I'm using their car for a while. To me, it doesn't. But so many people get bothered by it because they're making a payment or something. Mark, would you care? Let's say that your car was in the shop, any one of them, and they just gave you a loaner. Would you care if it was going to take 6 months to get a part?
Oh,
I wouldn't care.
I think
I
as
really
long
would.
as it's a similar
Like for
car
like.
as well. I mean, if you're driving a truck, they can't give you a
Well,
Hyundai,
yeah, that.
you know.
But let's say,
Yeah.
for argument's sake, it's similar, but not exact. Who
Yeah,
cares?
no, similar.
In my mind, you're putting off using your car.
Sure.
You know, and it's kind of preserving your car because no miles are being put on it. And so even though you have a loaner, you're not using your car. I guess the only time that would come into play is if you just have the jollies for the car and you need to be seen in it. Now, I got to tell you something. I used to wear cars.
What does that mean?
They were status symbols. I used to wear cars years ago. I fell prey a while ago. Well, this was many, many years ago. I just fell prey to some of that. And I wanted
You know
to have,
what? Can I chime in on that for
yeah,
real?
Yeah.
So I've known you 25 plus.
Oh, more than that.
Well,
30
okay,
years.
fine, whatever.
30 years for sure, Mark. I mean, I was married to Donna. It's for sure 30 years.
The first...
longer, yeah.
Okay, so the first 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I knew you.
Yeah.
You drove a Chevy truck.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And Donna drove like whatever it was.
No, I drove like an Avalanche or an SUV, and she drove a truck, and that's because of Purifoy Chevrolet.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't remember any fancy cars. I don't remember anything along that.
You're
Nothing.
Right.
And then I'm not going to say what happened and everything changed.
Maybe a midlife crisis of some kind. But I remember I love Chevy still. I mean, I would have an Avalanche right now if they made them. I'm so pissed off.
You never drove that Ferrari. I used to sit there and go, how the hell do you own a car like that? And literally you never drive it.
Here's what I found out about owning a Ferrari. They're useless, and here's why. I swear to God, Mark, they are useless. Here's why. You can't get, if you get over 2,000 miles on them, the value tanks. Now, not tanks to the other guys that want to be. They'll buy them high mileage. They'll even buy them if they've been repaired. But for an aficionado, which I wasn't, but I had a new Ferrari at one time, and the car, they told me, now, if you get 2,000 miles, the value goes way down to try to resell to other Ferrari owners. You can sell, like I said, to a poser, but it's hard to sell. And then, forget, if you got even a door ding, and it was repaired, any bodywork whatsoever, and it tanked.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You got to be terrified parking it anywhere because
that's why I'm saying it was useless
for just doing it.
So here's why it's useless. You want to go out to eat? You better have valet, and it better be the best valet where they're going to park it up front. And I used to think people have an ego. They want their car up front. They want their car up front because otherwise they can't watch it. No one can watch it. Then you want to go to a movie? You're not going to park it at a movie. You're not going to go to the mall. I thought, what a useless car. What a useless car. So what do? You get in it now and then, and you drive around, you're seen in it. And in fact, even if you go to an event, you go inside, nobody knows what you drove in. And I hate to be so petty, but that's the God's honest truth. I used to fall for like, well, I have a Ferrari. And you know, who cares? It was the biggest sham in the world. And of course, you have to grow older. And I don't mean dirt older. I realized this 20 years ago. I started shedding things. I really did. I thought, what a foolish person to think you need this, this, or this. And Mark is exactly right. I hardly ever drove it. It was useless. And then I had one of not the Bentleys they have nowadays that have the, you buy for a regular car. Mm-hmm. Because they're machine built. The ones that were hand built. Okay, here's another fallacy. Hand built sucks. People think, oh my God, this is a hand built car. Do you know what that means? Each car, listen, it's car day today, so I'm going to let you in on a secret.
It's like an RV, man.
Yeah, but you're right. But Mark, RVs are a little better. They have more organization. But here's what happens. You have a crew. They don't do this with Bentley anymore because they're not hand built. But I think Rolls-Royce might be whatever. So back in the day when I had the Bentley, it looked like a Rolls. It wasn't with that old-fashioned look, but it was a hand-built car. What that means is each crew would document plans and have a serial number for that car. So when you took it to a dealer, it's not like you take a car to a dealer. Now, if I take the Beamer to a dealer, they can fix it in a second because they know where everything is. Each team sometimes, even though they had general specifications, would route things differently or do things differently.
So you have to have a blueprint of your car, practically?
Yes. Each car had a plan signed by the team leader. The team leader put together the plan. Now, they couldn't deviate too far, but they had certain conventions they had to have. Then each team could compete with the other teams. That went for everything. So having a hand-built car was stupid because there was no consistency, and frankly, the quality of a machine is better. Why people think hand-built is better is ridiculous, and that goes for suits and everything. If you look at a hand-sewn suit, I used to have some Italian tailors. I never went in big for suits, and I never bought a hand-sewn suit. I bought hand-tailored, but here's the thing. These handmade suits, if you look closely at them, the stitching isn't perfect. They're not perfect. And the same with shoes. people get this thing that machines are bad. Machines make perfect most of the time. I want an assembly-built car. I don't want a hand-built car. I don't know. I mean, these are kinds of things that people had to change their whole line of thinking. Now, what Mark said about campers and coaches, Mark, you're talking about the higher end. The higher end ones are hand-built by teams.
I think it doesn't matter if it's high-end or not. What my point was is some of the stuff that is, literally put together. They move refrigerators in. They build cabinets.
Right.
I mean, maybe some of the cheaper campers they don't. I don't know. But I will say this. The problem is when you have a person doing it compared to a robot doing it, there's all kinds of strange defects. People go buy brand new fifth wheels and have problems the day after.
That's right. Now listen to this. In order to get the refrigerator out of a bus I had, how do you think they did it, Mark, if you had a defect?
Well, on mine, they'd have to remove what's called the cap, so they take the entire front of the bus off.
That's right, or the windshield. They would take out my windshield to get the big appliances in and out, or the big furniture in and out. Yeah. Honest to God. So anyway, it's a real quality is an illusion.
It is. It's how you feel.
Because there are some cars just as well built as any car. I mean, I've had cars now in all price categories, and I can tell you that the status has very little to do most of the time with quality. What it has to do with is status. For some reason, something gets status and something else doesn't. Or first in, like Tesla. Tesla, in my opinion, will always have the best electric car perception. They were first in and pioneered, right? And so when I think about an electric car, you think, well, Mercedes is making one, but
is it as good as Tesla?
Do they know the game? Yeah. Do they know the? And do you know what a lot of these companies do? They brag about. What do they brag about when they come out with an electric car? I don't know if you've noticed in the marketing or publicity, mainly in the publicity and the press articles. Mark, do you know what they brag about? I don't know if you've picked up on this. Well, we have the former such and such from Tesla. Everyone has somebody from Tesla. I swear to God. Yeah. Well, this guy was on the engineer team at Tesla. This guy pioneered the batteries at Tesla. This guy was this at Tesla. It's like the badge of courage. So that tells you something, that they're the standard bearer when it comes to electric cars. Sure. I can't think of any electric car, and I've looked at all of them, not all of them, but most. Can you think of one that comes close to a Tesla? I can't. I mean, as far as, first of all,
China, there's a brand in China that's pretty good. They're not sold over here.
Is that the one you invested in, or is that the one in India?
I did. I got out of that stock a long time ago, but I still look at their cars. They're really
now, Mark. I hear the Rivian's really nice. I haven't seen it. I
think they're great, but they only got a few thousand under their belt.
I would like to know, when people listening right now, it's car day. Now, we don't have to talk just cars. Give me a call, 303-713-TALK on anything. But I'd like to know, will your next car be electric, or will you wait one more? I was going to go electric when Mark did. Mark and I both did it together. We put the deposits down. I did not chicken out, although Mark chickened out on a purchase we were making. He chickened out.
Not on that.
No, but you chickened out on the Corvette. We wanted that new Corvette.
Did.
And you know what? Our position, we just gave it back to Rolly. It would have sold. It was so desirable.
Oh, yeah. It's a good car. Good-looking car.
But my neighbors got delivered last summer.
Mark, why did you decide not to go through? I mean, I did too. We both did. But why was that? Why did we decide not to go through with it? I don't know.
Well, it sounds funny coming from a guy that just bought a Model S, but I looked at it as a suicide machine. I knew I'd be getting tickets. I'm just not a Corvette guy. I don't know how else to put it, man.
Anyway, it was the coolest car. I think they're the best sports car value for the money ever, anywhere. Anyway, we got more coming up. So listen, here's what I want to know. Are you going to go electric? I couldn't. I took my wife for a ride. She hated it. She said, absolutely not. I said, what do you hate about it? And she says it's too responsive. She meant it. Too responsive.
It's a 100-mile-an-hour golf cart.
No, but she didn't like that when you press on the. I said, well, all cars should be. And then the fact when you let off the gas, it stops. She didn't like that idea. She likes brakes and accelerators. She didn't like accelerating too fast. And okay, to her defense, I got into it. I showed her what it could do. And she was back in the seat like, oh, no, never. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Give us a call. We got all kinds of time, and we're going to have fun today.
Yep.
Sorry, man.
Shopping.
Oh, you're good. Hey, listen, I'm sorry the phones aren't really lighting up to commiserate over, Bentleys.
A language will expand their horizon.
Come on, that's funny.
New opportunities in career, travel, and more.
You know
Choose
what?
from Spanish.
Will you stop? Are you saying we're not having conversation for the common man?
Hey, listen, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you, Tom. But
That didn't sound elitist, though, did it? Seriously, I was talking about how I used to
Here
be.
you go, Garage Kings and Rally House.
% off ends June 18th.
Garage Kings. You know what? That name says it all. But it really should say Concrete Kings, because they can coat concrete anywhere. Concrete porches, garages, shops. They can even do service stations like Kevin's, repairs. Man, it's so beautiful. Polyaspartic coatings. And here's what I love about Garage Kings. They guarantee the lowest price. They guarantee it for life. And they don't take any money down until you're 100% satisfied and a job is done. 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370. Now, on a serious note, I want to talk about addiction. I know a lot of people who struggled with addiction, and I know people who went to the Raleigh House, and I know how the Raleigh House operates. They have various treatments, medication-based treatments, equine-based, yoga-based, different kinds of treatment. They work with insurance companies. They have a rural setting. They have urban settings. They have inpatient, outpatient. I want you to call them if you have any problems with addiction or mental illness. They're great people. 720-891-4657. You're not going to do it alone, okay? 720-891-4657. TheRaleighHouse.com.
Fabulous. Woof.
You have to weigh in on our elitist.
That was great.
You son of a bitch.
What was that? What was the Magnum PI Ferrari? Because my uncle had that for a while.
Testarossa.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay.
Yeah.
And it hardly ever left the garage, so it makes sense.
When I bought mine, I think it was $240. The retail was $240.
Huh.
I couldn't buy. I wouldn't fucking spend $240 on anything right now.
Right.
I don't give a shit what it does. It's funny how you grow older and you just appreciate money more.
Oh, yeah.
Plus
We went through Cadillacs like a freaking Pez dispenser. One of the coolest deals was they flew my grandmother and I up to Milwaukee to get, I don't know why it was in Milwaukee, to get a Cadillac Cimarron. Do you remember those?
Yeah, that was the Cavalier with leather seats.
Exactly. And so we get in the thing.
It looked like a Chevette, wasn't it? A Chevette?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And we leave out of there and hit a gas station, and I go in, and our car is on the cover of Road and Track. I don't know that it was, the same VIN, but it was a dead match. I had to get that magazine because I was like, holy crap, Grandma, you somehow got the car right off of Car and Driver or whatever the magazine was. But
my mom had 4 Eldorados.
Oh, love it.
Through the years.
Love that stuff. Oh.
That was one of my favorite cars. I had a 96 STS Cadillac.
What's your name?
Yeah. Cadillac's nice.
Yeah, they're great.
I never owned one.
Pay what they're paying now. Some of the used prices they're tough after about 78,000 miles.
Kevin, I guess they're kind of hella fast now, huh?
Oh yeah, they're screamers. But there's a lot of them that have the same motor you have in a lot of the Chevys. They don't even have their own motor anymore.
They used to have that one. What was it called?
People are always taking them up to Colorado National and winning.
Why?
Taking them up to the Speedway, going nuts.
Yeah, Corvette does. Yeah,
the L, whatever they call it.
Yeah, I can't keep track of those. But a lot of the newer Cadillacs have Chevy engines in them now. Same as an Equinox. You open the hood of your Cadillac, and it's got the same motor as the Equinox.
That ain't nice.
Yep.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
I got a new widescreen camera I'm trying to get figured out.
Hey, Mark.
Why? Because you're gaining weight?
Oh, I should have known.
I got to get some IPs here, man. I got to get some good cameras.
Hey,
Wait till you
Mark.
see the angle I got.
Italian
but I'm
prostitutes?
Still dialing it in.
I got
They
a
not
million
hear
of
me?
these. They're not listening to you, Kelly.
Okay.
What,
Mark?
Kelly?
Yes, Kelly.
Clint is on from the Great Western Building issue. He wants a follow-up. Did you ever call them?
Yeah, I left a message. I'll call him again. I'll see.
Okay, he's on the phone right now.
Okay.
Just warning you.
I have to put a trash can down.
No
I have
warning
one.
needed.
I built a recording studio for my son in there.
Okay, what do I do? Yeah.
It's in
Cool. What does he play instrument as well? Or?
All right, gentlemen, coming back.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Eric has a comment on electric cars. Are you going electric next time around, Eric, or not?
Cold dead fingers is when I'll go electric.
You know, let me just say something. I love the idea of electric. I love it, and I'll tell you why I like it. I'm a minimalist when it comes to life in general. What I mean by that is this. I like simplicity. I love the disparity, how the inside of the car has, you don't see a lot of gauges or it's just wonderful. I love that kind of stuff. I love it. And I like the idea of not many systems. You don't have to worry about a lot of different systems and transmissions and Zerk fittings. And you just have a very basic drivetrain. Much of it's sealed. But anyway, Eric, go ahead.
Anyway, actually, you were saying about is there anything better than a Tesla? I'm on a couple of different Audi forums and whatnot, and there's several people who have switched from Tesla to Audi because what they're finding, the cars are nicer, the build quality is significantly better.
Wow.
And yeah, the Audi e-trons, and they're finding that the build quality is significantly better, and dealer service when they do need repairs is significantly better.
Now, I will give Audi some kudos on how they look. And their trim, man, are they nice-looking cars. But, Kevin, I heard, I'm talking about the gas version now, they're not good for longevity.
They've had their ups and downs over the years. I mean,
how are they now as far as the quality of the drive?
They're not bad. I mean, but it's a lot of Volkswagen technology in it as well. It's not Audi, it's Volkswagen.
Okay, but the electric is good. You don't know.
It's not proven yet, but it sure looks nice.
Oh, he hung up. Okay. So, I have not seen an electric Audi yet.
I haven't seen one up close.
And so
I've seen them going down the road.
What do they sell for, do you know?
I don't know.
Anyway.
I have no idea, man.
Clint has he called Great Western, and his problem with Great Western, a building company, which we like, by the way, or we have liked them up till now.
It's been but in this one it's been like 2 years. I left them a message.
That I don't understand. How do you put money down? And I mean, Clint, can't you just take your money and move on right now? I mean, they're not going to hold you to this after 2 years. That's unconscionable.
Well, is the building delivered? What's the
situation?
Yeah,
what's the status right now?
Yeah. Okay, we're still waiting for the building. We've been told, my wife and I, that it's not even in production yet.
Then will they give you a refund and let you move on?
Well, Eric got all upset over a review that my wife put up saying, we've been waiting almost 2 years for our building. Monday night, he called her. And
is that after I left a message?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And what did he say?
Oh, yeah, and he keeps saying, well, take the review down. Your building's going to be there before the deadline that's in the email or shortly after. They've got till the end, till June 30th to get the building delivered, or she's going to take them to...
No, can I just ask something? Hold on. I asked it before. Will they just give you your money back if you want to cancel?
No. According to Eric, no.
according to Eric, what did he say?
What does it say how long the building's going to take? What's it say in the contract? And what was the expectation he set? Two different questions.
Well, 3. I want to know why he won't give a refund. Go ahead, answer all of them.
Yeah, I don't know why he won't give the refund. He wants the building. It's all started with a salesman that got fired by the name of Josh that evidently dropped the ball within the first year. And then when another gentleman by the name of Bryce took over, they kept saying 2 buildings, 2 buildings. No, it's just 1 building. This is the 40 by 90. That's 20 foot tall is what we decided on.
Listen, who asked you to remove? I don't care about all this. Who asked you to remove it?
Remove the review.
Who asked you to remove the review?
Oh, Eric.
Who is Eric? Who is Eric?
My wife. Evidently
He's the owner.
Okay.
I'm calling him right now on his cell.
And there was more negative reviews on there. There was other people in the same situation, and yeah, this was the whole deal, Tom. I used them off your referral list, just like I used Euro Plumbing.
Yep. Hey.
No issues with that. That was awesome.
Oh my God, Tom.
Yeah.
I know I got him somewhere in my phone, but I got one name in my contacts named Eric. So I dial it. You know who it was?
No, who?
Eric Hood.
Who's that?
Shannon knows.
Who's that? I'm wondering. Shannon, who was that he called by accident?
Eric?
Shannon's not talking about it.
Is it somebody that used to work with us?
Eric Hood still works here.
Oh, man. Thank God.
Well, what did you think, Mark?
I thought it was a different engineer for my heart.
Oh, never mind. Yeah. Okay.
I digress. I'm calling the right Eric now.
The one that might be in Sing Sing by now? I don't know. Anyway, is Sing Sing still even open? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Clint, you deserve an explanation for sure. And they should give you a refund. I mean, at the very least, move on, right? I mean, after 2 years, for God's sakes, how can they hold you to a contract after 2 years? Hold on. We'll come back. We'll talk about that and more. 303-713-TALK, waterpros.net. Hey, listen, WaterPros has a variety of water systems, but here's what I want to tell you. They can soften. They can take out forever chemicals. They can provide drinking water. They can provide great bath water. Now, one of the all-in-one systems for the whole house, under $5,000, fully installed for drinking water and taking out chemicals. You can have a softener for just under $2,000. You can have a drinking water fountain at your kitchen sink under $1,000. PaulTheWaterman.com. That's what you want. 303-862-5554.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios.
Were you guys thinking about Eric Cobain?
Local fiduciary advisors.
Who's the
Trajan?
Eric Cobain.
Was he convicted?
I don't know where it's at. Girlfriend suspected. I don't know where the case stands.
For the mid-morning hours this Friday, I-20.
Oh, she's dead. He's alleged.
And 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northeast of there, I-270 westbound congestion approaching Vasquez. Slow traffic back from I-70. No complaints. I-70 east and westbound from one end of town to the other. Leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound. Some stop-and-go traffic between Tower Road and 56th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, fair skies at the moment. Nice and sunny out there. We're looking at a chance of scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon with a high of 79 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom faux wood blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I personally recommend. He's an advertiser on this show, and we use him. We've referred him, and we know his results. I'll tell you why. He has pledged to only take the number of cases that he can personally handle. He's not going to add dozens of attorneys or call centers. He wants to keep it personal. And you get his personal cell phone number. It's not jive, it's real. If you call him, he'll go over your case. If it's a good fit, you hire him. He works on a percentage fee basis. He even works with you right through the end to negotiate your expenses down so you net more money. John Fuller, the one you want on your side. 303-597-4500. I want you to notice the difference. Make sure that's a call you make. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Jewelry store.
All right, I got a text into him. You know, I don't think this might be the first, maybe second complaint in 4 years on this guy.
Well, look at that. I actually did something. Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. What's up, Marty? Okay, you got updates on...
What are you doing this weekend, Shannon?
Work.
Oh, I got Eric calling right now. Hold on.
Cobain?
Yes, Eric. Yes, Eric Clapton, actually.
Kurt
Hey,
Cobain?
dude. Good. What's going on with this guy, man?
And what was the caller's name?
Let me look.
You got it. All right, hang on for me.
Hey, Kelly, what's the dude's last name?
What dude?
Eric. Or no, I'm sorry, Clint, or whatever his name is. The caller.
Hey, Clint, what's your last name? What's your last name? Java? Jabba?
Kavva, Kava.
All right, hang on.
Hold
Java,
on, is that it?
Jabba.
J or K, Kelly?
J, as in John.
Java, like coffee, I guess. He said he ordered it like 2 years ago, is what he's saying.
It's been
And,
2 years.
Yeah.
I am not finding any updated information on the Eric Cobain situation.
Who's
Is he related to Kurt?
I don't know. I mean, it'd be funny, but I don't know. But,
I think he was saying he talked to...
Yeah, I don't know
if he's talking to you or his wife, but I thought he said he talked to...
Who is Ty?
Ty is the GM
Good,
from
thank
Colorado
you.
Springs. This is
Thank
in
you.
regards to the camper that was sold.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Wait, it wasn't... Yeah, it was sold, right? Got it. I got it.
Okay. Her original story was Kimmy, but her name is actually Kimbra.
Yeah, I remember.
But he's a good guy. He's like trying to come on and solve the problem.
Hey, Kelly,
Yes.
you got to ask him, what is the building ordered under? I'm not getting anywhere here. Like,
Okay.
I'm starting to feel like
Do you
he's
have,
not being
Clint, do you
forthright.
have a building order number or anything that you can give me so that we can reference?
What do you drive now, Kev?
I just got a same pickup I've had for 12 years.
Oh.
Yeah, I bought a new...
Hold on, I'm
2011.
trying to find out.
Okay.
And I love it.
I didn't realize that he hung up. Okay, what's your name?
I think the dude hung up. Did he hang up?
Okay,
Yeah.
what's your name?
You're serious? He fucking hung up.
Your name is Java?
Sure.
Like, as in Java?
oh, that's why you got the wrong name, because
I'm
he
gonna-
picked
as soon
up
as
a
I get
different
the
caller.
information, I'll text it over to you.
Okay.
I'll get his
No
name,
problem.
the job site
Which,
address, whatever I can get.
And
But what's the deal? What if it is a
Not sure what
2-year
Honda's
delay?
making,
What would
yeah.
it be?
I really miss
It's just not here for everything.
Got it.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Why the fuck did they stop making it?
So you have a
Chevy's
comment on
usually
electric
one
cars?
that rides something till
I
it's
could
dead
find one
anyway.
now. I would like deck it out. And shit.
Oh, yeah. They're still
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on
Yeah,
for me,
sure.
and they'll be with you shortly, okay?
Here we go.
Okay, I didn't know that a new caller...
EngineWealth.com, Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255 with Kevin here. And by the way, Ideal Home Loans is still making loans. Remember that, still making loans. with the interest rate guarantee. So you want them. 303-867-7000 if you're going to go with a conventional loan. Idealhomeloans.com. So if rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. Oh. Okay, yeah, guy with the steel building, call back because...
He hung up, but the owner over there can't find anything. Hey, I got to tell you something about Great Western that's pretty cool, man. I didn't realize this. He fabricates everything. He, a year and a half or 2 years ago, instead of ordering it from one of these factories where, like, these people own, like, 1%, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
He actually went out and bought a $10, $20 million facility, and he ships like 2 or 3 million pounds of steel buildings a year. He truly does everything turnkey. I think that's pretty cool.
Now, one thing we want to say is he can't find the order. We need to figure this out if it was 2 years, what's going on. So this consumer...
Well, he said there is some people. Eric was very straightforward. He goes, we do have 2 or 3 hanging out there. He goes, get me his information. I'll look it up. But sometimes what happens is we're ready to get moving on it. The customer delays us. And then by the time they're ready, we've got other stuff we're doing, and we got to put them back in line. But we'll figure out exactly what's going on.
Now, what Mark alluded to, saying that some people have 1%, and they call themselves a manufacturer. That's exactly right. In fact, they can have 1/10 of 1%, and that's the game they play. They buy into a factory, and really, it's a loose buy-in. They have like 1/10 of 1% of a factory and say, we're the manufacturer.
It's like owning 1 share of Microsoft and saying you own the company. I mean, it's absurd.
Jabba has a comment on electric cars. Go ahead, Jabba.
Hey, Tom. This probably question would be for Mark because he knows everything.
I like that.
Elon
hey,
Musk.
Shannon, please cut that out and send it to me.
Anyway, go ahead, Jabba.
Elon Musk, apparently, I hear that he did not patent the electric car so that everybody could actually build an electric car.
Well, first of all, there is no patent on an electric car. That is called a category. That's not patentable. Electric cars are not patentable as an electric car. You can patent a certain utility or design or battery, but you can't. He wouldn't have been able to patent it anyway, just like Ford could not patent the motor vehicle.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for clarifying
it'd be like
that,
patenting an airplane.
I think, yeah, exactly. I think that's an urban legend, and that he was wonderful and wanted everyone to do it. Now, there were some technologies he could have patented that I understand he did not. And I think batteries. But go ahead, Mark.
What's absolutely amazing about the man, I mean, there's millions of things, but when it comes to the electric car, the Tesla part, really what he did was, there's been battery-operated cars forever. Hell, I had a little one when I was a kid. We've all had those little Jeeps and stuff, or the Barbie mobile my daughter had. I mean, that stuff's been around forever. But if you think of the infrastructure he built in this country, where I can drive across country now, I did it. We drove to Omaha with our kid to move him, and I took the Tesla, Tom, and you could stop and charge and for like 5 or 8 minutes and keep going, just like you're filling up. Now, there's a few holes in it. When you get to a small town, you better have your adapter like I didn't. But other than that, he really created an infrastructure where you can thrive with an electric car. But what pisses me off, do you realize he just opened that up to Chevy? So now if you buy a Chevy electric car, you can stop at these chargers that Tesla did the infrastructure in, and boy, does that piss me off. Do you know why it does?
Why?
Because now I might have to wait for some Chevy truck in front of me, and it might not be as quick.
303-713-TALK. Ty Austin is a GM of Cousins RV in Colorado Springs, and he wants to weigh in on a problem a woman called about yesterday. Now, Kimmy sold an RV after it was fixed by them, and let me explain something. It was a warranty thing, I believe, wasn't it? Or what was wrong with it?
Well, hold on.
No, the slide, some other things were bad. Go ahead. Do you remember?
She had a ton of different things going on with it, but she did not buy it from Cousins. Cousins had nothing to do with the sale of it.
Yeah, I was going to tell that story that he called.
Yeah, but we got involved and called up Ty and the gang down there because whatever dealer she had it wasn't moving. They weren't doing anything, so they took it in and they fixed it.
And they said we could do it, right? So she took it, and it was a Forest River camper, and she took it to them because they said they would help. And what they did was it was fixed under warranty. Then she sold the camper, and the slide is messed up. And she said, wait a minute, I just had this all worked on. And Cousins supposedly told her, no, we never worked on the slide. And she said, well, I have an invoice that proves they did. So that's where it stands. Kimmy thinks, hey, I spent money, I didn't spend money, but I had the warranty work done on this, and I sold it in good faith. Now the person who bought it's pissed off at me. And Cousins won't stand behind it. So let's let Ty talk. Ty, that's the story we were given.
That's correct, yeah. I did talk to Kim, and I talked to the new owner of the vehicle, and I called him. He's in Albuquerque, and so we got him a scheduled appointment to another dealer. I think he's either going in Monday or Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
What had happened is when the new owner of the vehicle called in, the wife of the new owner, used Kim's husband's last name, so we couldn't research it by that. So that's the reason why they couldn't get any invoice. So I sent him over our work order and all the history of what we done to it. So the new owner has everything. So it wasn't that we weren't trying to stand behind the work.
Thanks, Ty. Ty, did you guys fix the slide on that originally?
Correct, and she picked it up in April.
What's wrong? Do you know what could be wrong with the slide now?
Well, there's a system called Schwintech that's inside the slides, and they've had a number of issues over the last few years that they're working through. And what happens is once they get bound up, if the customer or whoever's using the unit tries to run the slide room in and it's cockeyed, it will damage what's called the H columns. So we have to replace that. What took this unit so long is Forest River sent us 3 sets of H columns that were incorrect. And I know this unit was in here for 6 months, I think. So it took them four tries to get us the proper parts to fix this.
By the way, Schwintech slides are very popular, but are very problemsome. And on some of the research that was done on them, according to what I found on them, is that a lot of owner-operator error for some reason, because they do something. I don't know. I'm trying to read while I'm looking at it, but apparently they're having a ton of problems. It's all over YouTube, but a lot of them say it's operator error. Well, how do you operate a slide in a wrong fashion? I don't know. I don't understand. I mean,
yes, it's yes and no. I mean, these units are supposed to, especially with these slides, when they first came out, they were putting them in a lot of larger slide rooms with a lot of weight on them, which was causing more of an issue.
Yeah.
Now they're typically going into smaller slide rooms, bedroom slides, stuff like that. If it goes where it's starting to come in a little cockeyed, that's when they need to run it back out and get it straightened out. So what they do is they have 2 motors in wall. And so there's a board in there that will count the revolutions of how many times that actual motor turns, and they have to operate identical to each other. And if they get offset, what they'll try to that board will try to reset them so that it calculates it properly.
Got it.
So if they do get offset, you have to go to the board and just reset the board basically, and then you can get it to run in no problem. But a lot of customers will just kind of run it in where it's partially cockeyed, and then that's where stuff gets bound up. So yes, it can be a consumer thing, and it also is a manufacturer thing as well. And it's not just necessarily Schwintech itself. I mean, the manufacturer that builds the trailer sometimes, or the motorhome, may install them incorrectly, and that was one of the main things when they came out was the problem.
Okay. Ty, thank you very much, by the way, and I'm really happy to hear from you, because Kachina Glory, our producer, said that you do a very good job and you're very responsive. Thank you. That's with Cousins RV. 303-713-TALK. More coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Normal slowdowns throughout the Denver metro for the mid-morning hours this Friday. I-25 southbound into downtown showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northeast of there, I-270 westbound congestion approaching Vasquez. Slow traffic back from I-70. No complaints, I-70 east and westbound from one end of town to the other. Leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound. Some stop-and-go traffic between Tower Road and 56th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, fair skies at the moment, nice and sunny out there. We're looking at a chance of scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon with a high of 79 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
And if you want to sell jewelry, old jewelry, junk jewelry, antique, used, whatever it is, you'll get a fair price at David Ellis Jewelry, who's been around 40 years. That's why I love dealing with people we know. Don't ever go to social media and meet someone in a parking lot. Honest to God, people do that. They're crazy. Look, and don't mail it off to someone you don't know. Just go down to 3rd and Clayton and Cherry Creek and talk to David Ellis. Give him a call if you have any questions. 303-322-8779. Now, let's talk about the best water heater deals anywhere, and I mean anywhere. That's right. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. We're talking 40-gallon tank, fully installed, the old one taken out and drawn away. And by the way, that's with a new water line, and, water line's right there, and flex line for the gas. That's for $12.99. A 50-gallon is just $13.99. In fact, any size you want, you get the best price. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Let me give you that number. Ready? 303-668-6844. Before they run out, seriously, great deals, 668-6844.
Hey, the best.
If you need...
Is Mark still there? Mark was yelling.
Hey, Mark?
Yeah, I was going to see if he could move his, just that camera. When he has two people, maybe I'm the only one that thinks that, but it's not symmetrical. It looks strange. Go ahead.
It's hard to do that. And that's why I need two cameras, and I will get them, but... It's hard.
I see, because you're using one with two angles.
Yeah.
Or two zooms or whatever.
Yeah, I'm definitely... Mark, can you send me links to ones that will work with here like we used to use? You know that...
no, because I'm using the only one.
What are you talking about? No,
you can only use one, and I'm using it.
No, I'm talking about links to buy the ones I need.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Mark.
Kelly, what were you saying?
Yeah, so I've got Clint back on. He's on line 7.
Clint Black.
The building is actually not under his name.
Sure.
It's under his wife's name, which I put up there, Donna Ann.
Yeah, he saw it.
And,
what I need, Kelly, just to email me that and then the address where the building's going.
Okay.
And then just send me his phone number, and after I talk to Eric, I'll call him back.
Okay, and then secondarily, do you need Brianna's number as well as Anna from the Castlegate apartment issue for Rock?
Oh, this is very interesting.
What's
Tom.
that, Mark? What's very...
the Castle View apartment stuff.
What happened?
Whatever it's called. Let's call it the war zone over there.
That one. Oh, do we have the results, Mark?
Yes.
Get Rock on. I don't want to talk about...
Rock doesn't... Nope, he doesn't want to go there.
Well, what are we going to do if we can't talk about the results?
No, we can talk. I'm not saying we can't talk about the results. I know what the results are.
Okay, good. So we'll take that. This is important. We'll take that next hour.
Maury Povich, you got a freaking paternity...
You know what? You've only got about a minute coming back in because you're so good with timing. Go ahead and tease the shit out of it.
Golly, Mark.
And let's get her up.
I feel bad.
Well, you know what, Shannon? If you would... Can't you whisper in his ear?
He won't know that it's reality.
That's true.
Yeah.
He'll think it's medication
up.
time.
Right, yeah. I mean...
Ooh, happy pill.
Okay, I'm writing this shit down.
We don't care if you write it down. You'll forget where you put it.
I got tapes. I got everything going on. And by the way, you say that the frame with Kevin is lopsided. That's just the way it looks.
Kevin, I would not take that abuse.
No, I'm going to wait till we're off air. Yeah.
When's the last time the only two people in the room like anchovies? I don't think it's ever fucking happened in the history of the world.
Guess what? That's what the pizza today's going to have.
Ugh.
And I got to pick it up when I hear the doorbell.
Are you sure they delivered to Section 471 or whatever?
Oh, it's
called?
4 square mile, whatever the hell they're calling it now.
Where do you live? 4 square mile.
I swear to God, that's what it comes up as in my address now.
I know.
I had never heard that neighborhood before.
That's the autofill, 4 square mile. Well, what?
Yeah.
Because apparently it's a little space inside of Denver that's Arapahoe County. So I couldn't vote for the mayor. I can't run for mayor. Why did Smarty Marty leave? I don't know. They suck!
Where is... Get over here, dog.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. People dropping like flies on the phone. They can't wait a few minutes. We'll get right to them. Smarty Marty even dropped off. And so we have an update, though. A woman called and said she lives in this apartment complex. In fact, we had a few people call saying they have multiple problems. But this one woman said she has a child in an apartment, and they've upset ceilings that they know have asbestos in them. And I said, how do you know there's asbestos? And she said, well, they're putting an addendum on the lease now telling people about it and saying they're not really in danger, but it's there. Well, that's true. You probably aren't in danger if asbestos is not disturbed. But she claims they tore the ceiling apart and there's popcorn asbestos and other stuff in the ceiling, which would be a major environmental hazard. And if they didn't mitigate properly, they would be subject to criminal penalties even. Definitely civil penalties. So we had American Restoration 24/7, a restoration company, go over there, and Rock is an environmental scientist. We wanted him to do some readings, and we're going to have those coming up right after this break. I'm serious, because we want to talk about it, and then we'll figure out what to do. We also have Sheridan Auto Tech in the house, and then we're going to promote Father's Day weekend. That's the 17th and 18th. That's next weekend, but we're going to give you plenty of time to plan ahead. Our friend Steve Moss, the brewer, will be there with Rock and Roll Beer, and we'll talk about that, and maybe he's going to give away some tickets. Who knows? Plus, whatever you want to talk about at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Bring away tickets.
Awesome.
I'll be back.
You don't have to.
Hey, hey, Thomas Martino.
Yes.
Pull us down from YouTube for a second.
All right.
Oh.
Plug it? Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Let me see. Inline. Oh, I got to go to Amazon. Amazon is it. Inline. That's 8-inch. Inline. 8-inch. Inch. Mute. Switch. Let's see what I can do. Yep, there's one. Hold on, that's 2 now, but that's too positive.
Uh-oh.
Inline mute switch.
Marty?
But
Good afternoon.
that's-
Thanks for calling the
that's
Tom
too-
Martino Show.
That's
Hey,
it.
there you are. Oh,
I think
right.
that's a volume.
Tipping Hat Construction. You got it. All right, hang on.
I guess you can turn it all the way down. Now, if I had that just with an on and off, it would be the best. It's only 5 bucks to exact questions. Let's see. Will this product allow you to increase volume?
Yeah, boy.
Have a mute function. There is no separate mute, but you have the ability to turn sound off by turning it all the way down. Okay. See right there. Ask and you shall receive, brother. Let me see. Oh, that's a USB one. This one. Oh, look at that one. So another piece.
All right, come on, Sasha.
I already did away with some. This is really efficient.
So, Sasha. Geh. Guten Spiel. Bitte.
I might get that inline thing there.
Ich habe keine Idee.
It's not like something you're going to use constantly.
I know.
But I mean, when you want it, it's easy.
I mean, I
You
can
let me
unplug
figure
the
it out?
fucking thing if I have to.
Du bist ein Deutscher sprechen?
But to make things
Feel the high heel in my scrotum.
Not bad. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. I mean, have I kicked a guy in the nuts with my high heels? Yes. But usually it's with the toe, not the heel.
Flats kill you, is all I'm saying.
The toe is actually the best, especially when you wear pointy heels and you could really get in there. You can do some serious damage.
About as far as I'm willing to go with that sort of, what is it? BSMD? No, SD, BDS. What the hell are the 4 letters for?
PTSD.
No, bondage and whatever. But
Sadomasochism, SM.
SDMS? No, not God. I don't know what that
something
is.
like
but
that. It's like
sadomasochistic bondage and torture and whatever.
God, I mean, it's magic.
Okay,
You just have to
have a little fun, but maybe wear Crocs. Not
sound natural somewhat.
And in this room, I don't get it because of this and this. This has a processor that takes it out. So I can literally record here, but not like he wants to. He wants to do some instrument.
BDSM, I think.
How old is he now?
16.
Hey, Tom.
What?
I got another update, too. I'm going to talk to Dan in a minute. I might be a minute late coming back because I want to talk to Dan off air, then we're going to get him on air.
I got Dan a case one time that had
I know
to
you
do
did.
with that had to
It
do.
was huge.
Did you know about it?
No, but you've told me about it. It had something to do with like the toilet or something.
It had
right?
to
Or
do
is
with
that,
a water filtration system that the backflow
like shit
or
was
something.
backing into people's stuff or something.
Something. Wait, it might have been the sprinkler. Something put the sewage into the drinking water.
Yep. God, can you imagine how disgusting that is? So, Kelly,
Yes.
I'm going to talk to Dan, then I'm going to have you get her back on with the apartments, but not until I tell you to get her on, okay?
Which one, Brianna or Anna?
Oh, I forgot there was 2 of them. The one that sent me all the photos.
No,
Do you
the
know
one
who
with
that
the
is?
disturbed stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll look
Anna?
It's Anna.
Okay.
And then I've got another update that is not related to a call. I know that sounds odd.
No, that's okay.
So do you want me to get her on now? or wait?
No, wait a minute.
Okay.
You know, the funniest thing happened to me. I have a Plan D that pays for my drug coverage, and a lot of the stuff has a 0 copay mark. So they sent me the drugs with an envelope to send in payment, but the payment's 0, and they keep reminding me
to pay the 0.
Right.
Did you send the envelope back?
You have to be kidding me.
No, I'm
Love
not
this.
kidding you. I'm not kidding.
Stand
They
by.
say this is my 3rd notice. I'm the only one that runs
Ripped
into
off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose.
I feel like
We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, consumer advocate in Denver, more than 40 years, and really, I think like 49 years if you count everything. My God. Hey, let's talk. I love
Hey, can I
solving
give an
problems,
update and
answering
then
questions, taking complaints. Mark wants to give an update, then we got a lot to talk about. Okay, Mark,
we're
what
gonna
update?
we're going to get that apartment update on. Everybody's got to stick around for that. But I got to give an update that's something Tom knows about. I don't know if we discussed it on air. I believe we did a couple times. But Suzanne is making me tell you something right now.
Okay, go ahead.
We're getting ready to go to Colorado Springs in our bus for the first time this year today.
Okay.
So she's in there loading it up.
Okay.
And guess what she found in the closet?
Oh, you son of a... That thing that you claimed I lost, and I never gave it to you, and I handed it to you, and we bought another one. You owe me $600.
And you would never know if it wasn't for Suzanne, because
Oh,
I tell you,
my
that was
God.
going to go to
Wait,
my grave.
Mark, was it the roadie, though? Was it? What
Yes,
was,
it's the exact roadie. I've got 2 roadies.
You don't have 2 roadies. I have 2 roadies. Actually, I think we bought all of them on our common company. So,
We did.
So you
I'll
owe me
probably
your
keep it-
half.
I'll probably keep it for the coach, though.
No, you're not. I need one for the road.
What are you going to do with it?
I need one for California.
Oh, you can get one of the cheap ones. You lost the first one.
No, you're right. You can get a cheaper. Can't you? You know what? I was looking for cheaper ones. But by the way, I digress. People, what we're talking about is a piece of equipment that, listen to what happened. Mark said, I want to test it out because we weren't doing remote yet fully. And we said, if we're going to do this remote thing, let's get some really good stuff. And so we bought this that I used here for a while during COVID. Then Mark said, but I want to set it up like for real, like permanent. And he said, can you bring it in? And I said, sure. And I took it in my car, and I gave it to him. Then, I don't
Allegedly.
know. A month later,
Allegedly.
a month later,
It's not allegedly anymore.
Mark says, by the way, can you bring that roadie in? And I said, you got to be kidding me. I said, I brought it in. I gave it to you. And I said, I handed it to you from the back of my car. So Suze and Mark looked and said, no, we don't have it. You know, and I said, I know. And Mark said, he made a smart-ass remark like, well, you know, sometimes, Tom, you've been forgetting stuff here and there. And I said, don't you dare. Oh, I am so vindicated. This is a wonderful day. Thank you, Suzanne, for making him come clean. So we had to buy another
going
one.
to my grave, man.
So
It's
we
Suzanne's
chip in
life.
for all this common stuff we call it. We chip in for, right? But still, that's my half I didn't have to pay.
Yeah.
He should have had to pay.
Well, then you're wondering if you are forgetting stuff.
God.
Oh, he is.
God, I'm so happy. Really, it was in a closet.
Yeah, so it was in our bedroom closet.
Did she laugh? Did she laugh?
Well, she just told me on that last break, because she's loading stuff up. She goes, guess what I found? I said, what?
Oh, no. Smarty
I
Marty,
couldn't
by the way.
believe it. I said, don't you say a damn word. She goes, you better or I am.
Yeah, see, she's
She
with
keeps Mark
me.
straight.
She's also the one that ratted me out when
She
I
has
was
my
using
back.
your credit card for my Amazon
She has my
stuff.
back. She's worked with me longer than Mark, technically. Okay, now, let's talk to Smarty Marty. And he was handling a case for Christina. Now, Christine's not here, but I don't care. Marty can bring us up to date. We want to describe the original problem there. What's going on, bro? What happened, Smarty?
Well, Christine had a bunch of work done by a contracting company called Tipping Hats. and she wanted a refund because she felt they didn't do a good job. Or
didn't she have? She said furnace, electric. She paid 50 grand. She said.
Yes.
It failed an electrical inspection. HVAC was faulty. She had to pay another $380 to get a second company to fix the furnace. And then she claims there was some work she couldn't even verify they did, right?
Correct.
And I was going to, this is so serious, I was thinking about the Sleaze Brigade. But what have you found out?
Well, I contacted the company, and I had a detailed conversation with Billy Wright, who was the project manager, and he explained that he wanted to come back, but she won't let him. And he admits fault. He admits he owes money. He wants to pay money, but he says, and you have the whole story, Tom. I sent you the response that, and he, by the way, he says he knows you very well because he used to work for Plumline.
Really? What's his name?
Yeah, Billy Wright.
Yeah, I do know him.
I found him.
No, I actually do recognize that name, and I remember him. So that's good, though. That's really good. But what about her? Will she let him back?
No, as of right now, as of what I know, Billy says that she will not let him back, and he wants to come. He says, "How do I know how much it's worth?" He says that first she says 25,000, then she says 35,000. Where's she coming up with these numbers? He says, I'm willing to give, but I got to see the project. And
I think that's fair.
Yeah, of course it's fair. You talked to Christina, didn't you, Smarty?
Yeah, I spoke to her originally, sure.
I mean, will she talk to you again? Is what I'm asking. Has she?
I haven't called her since.
Okay.
Because I sent her his response in writing. I asked Billy to give me the response in writing. I always want things documented.
Maybe we should try to do an outbound call tour one of these days when we have slow calls and just.
But he sent her the same letter. He sent her 2 letters of his response.
Well, here's the thing. I believe, even though, she's maybe not cooperating, maybe she's disgusted with them, blah, blah, blah. Here's what we always get, Marty. You've heard this before a lot.
Yeah.
Here's what happens. They lose the trust, then they say, now we don't want to do any business with them. And we always say, unless it's absolutely egregious, you have to give them a chance. And I believe that, so you do deserve my Friday dinger. All right, there you go. Mark.
That's the story, and if you want to call Christina maybe next week and see what she said, maybe she calm down a little bit.
But just remember, don't say I never gave you anything. You got my dinger. Okay, 303. That's Smarty Marty. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Steve, fire away, Steve. Do you have tickets to give away or something? Steve is our hero here for writing our theme song. And also, of course, I love pointing out he's a brewer. And I don't drink beer, but Mark says it's fabulous beer. So what's going on? And
hello, Tom.
And by the way, this is the Moss Creative Agency. Did I get that right? Creative advertising.
Moss Creative Advertising.
The tree farm.
No. I do want to give his number out because no, seriously. People always ask when he's on, and his number for advertising separately from everything else is 720-378-3000, and you can find him at Moss creativeadvertising.com.
Yeah, and he did our intro song. He's done the tree farm. He's done
the tree farm's one of the most famous. What I want to know, though, is the brewery, the beer part. What's happening Father's Day weekend?
Well, before that, Doc is in luck. Remember you guys were talking about he would like to have one of those blow-up guitars?
Yes.
Well, one of your listeners in the last race, we had our tent out there, went up there to redeem his sticker, free Rock and Roll Brewery bumper sticker.
Yeah,
and I said, well, you can have a blow-up guitar, too. And he said, I don't need that. So I have an extra one for Doc.
Excellent, because it'll go right with his blow-up doll collection. That's great. Anyway.
Okay, before I forget, Tom, this is really exciting. How many NASCAR tracks do you know of that have their own beer? I Googled it. I found one. Bristol, North Carolina, or something like that. There's one other NASCAR track that has a deal going with the brewery. It's really, really a good beer. And actually, Mike likes the West Coast stuff. This is the West Coast IPA. So it's called Winner's Circle Citrus Pineapple Double IPA.
My God.
It's amazing. It's a very good beer.
I'm salivating.
Steve, you know what? You sent me something. I want to see if I...
This
Listen.
Father's Day weekend, take Dad to Colorado National Speedway. Saturday night, June 17th, it's NASCAR racing, including the Rock and Roll Brewery Pure Stocks. Then it's Father's Day, Super Sunday, Monster Truck Show. And the Rock and Roll Brewery beer tent will be there both nights. Free.
Hey, you know what? That commercial reminds me of back east. We used to hear
Sunday.
Yeah, Mark, I remember. I wonder if that was just in the Northeast. Remember that, Mark? And
I remember it growing up, man.
Heard it all the time.
Now, before I forget, I want to tell people how they can win some free VIP NASCAR tickets.
Go ahead.
And I'm giving away a few pairs of these, so it's not just one. Go to my website, which is rockandroll.beer. It can be spelled with an N or A-N-D. It can be rock, the letter N, or rock, A-N-D. Rockandroll.beer. Contact us there and just number. You got to be over 21. And
hold on, it's my fault. Hold
you
on. Sorry, I'm making noise. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, that's him.
That's him. Oh, it's him. I thought it was the. Hey, man, you're staticking out. Hold on, we got to take this break. We'll have him, unless he's there. Is he there?
Gone.
Okay, somehow your phone just crapped out, bro. Anyway.
We'll run that promo again.
Yeah, we will, though. We'll talk about it coming up. Okay, 303-713-8255, guys. It's Father's Day weekend, though, National Speedway. We have a great speedway here. Great fun. Great fun. Anyway, 888heating.com, air conditioning. And I'm telling you, the guaranteed lowest price for the same brand, and he has the top brands and high efficiency. I just want you to know about them because they're great people. And that's 888heating.com if you're looking for air conditioning, the guaranteed lowest price. 888heating.com.
Do you need your watch repaired? Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. As the largest watch repair center in Colorado, we are factory authorized for most brands. We are excited to announce that we are now the authorized service center for Jaeger-LeCoultre and Panerai. As always, we service all major brands. Just to name a few, Rolex, Cartier, TAG Heuer, and many more.
It's Cartier.
Matthews, we have time for you.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center, or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Hey, it's car day. That means RVs too. Recreational vehicles, or like I like to say, RV stands for real vacation. It's fun. Man, think about it. Mark's taking his out. You know, he got his first one from Century RV. He loves those people. And by the way, they have Class A's. They have fifth wheels. They have bumper pulls, camper pop-ups, whatever you need, they got. And they give great prices on used RVs. They'll even buy it from you. Exit 240 and I-25. That's exit 240 and I-25. CenturyRV.com, 303-453-1111. And let's talk about countertops. If you want a countertop and you're wondering what it will cost, you know what I love? You can call the Art of Granite and get a price on the phone. No companies do that. Mitch Floria loves his deals. So describe it to him. Hey, Mitch, I want a marble, or I want a quartz, or quartzite, or I want this, or I want that. This is what size it has, an L shape, or whatever. Here's a pic for my phone. And he'll give you a price on the phone, which was when a few dollars here or there, he's going to hit it. So why don't you call Wholesale on All Materials, tear out and haul away free of the old stuff, and that's a big deal. Plus, a free bathroom vanity when you do the kitchen, or a free kitchen sink, your choice. That's the Art of Granite. Get your price on the phone. I've been dealing with Mitch for years and years. People love him. 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Yep.
I'm Gary Bell.
All right.
We'll sell you the whole seat.
By the way, pizza's supposed to be here by now, damn it.
Remember that?
Pizza is supposed to be here now. What the hell is going on?
Is it really? Do you really get in fish on there? I mean, like lick a clam time?
Oh, we are. Oh, wait. Here it is. Pick up. It's going to be here shortly. I got a message. I usually deny I get it, when Mark accuses me of it, but
This is the guy who eats dollar steaks.
Are you mentioning the dollar steaks again?
Nothing's worse than those.
I don't think so.
No, he was.
Hey, can Kevin hear me?
I hear you.
I hear you.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah.
Is there any way in the next couple weeks you might be able to get a ride in on Friday so I can drive Haley's car here and then you could drive it to your shop to get fixed?
Oh, she's got this figured out.
Or like, you know, not fixed, but just, I don't
pay
know.
for his Uber.
Yeah, no, I'll just bring one of my guys with me. They can drive it back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Okay, cool. I don't know if we definitely need to get tires, but that's a different thing. But Adam said something about liquids or something. I really don't know anything about cars.
Yeah, no, we went over that once with you, didn't we?
Okay, yeah, I think you did, but I think the easiest thing would be for me to drive it here, and then you could take it.
Sure.
Done. Sure. It's settled.
Awesome. Probably a week from next Friday.
All right, we'll talk again in between, but yeah, in 2 weeks we'll
Okay.
set it up.
To quote Jesus Christ Superstar, then we decided.
Shannon.
It's true.
That is exactly the way it is.
No, Caiaphas. That was Caiaphas singing. Look out behind you.
Oh, hi, Dollar. What's up?
We were going to come by and see the show, but...
Oh, there's nobody here.
You're the show.
Well,
You're the show.
Dollar. Don't expect any
Kevin
pizza.
is at Tom's
Dollar
and
bill,
Mark
yo.
is remote. Lucy's here.
Okay. Mark sent me an email. I said, I need to come by and get some paperwork. And
Oh,
he
really?
said, come by. And I said, I'll have my
Seems to
son
be
with me.
the simplest.
Hi, Kelly.
This is
Zach,
Kelly.
nice to meet you.
This is Shannon.
Hello.
Hey, Zach. Nice
Yeah.
Actually, it's Shannon sauce.
No,
to most people.
don't
Yes,
get weird.
it is really Shannon sauce.
Did someone order a pizza?
$5 and they
We
deliver.
should.
Yes, at
Tom
Tom's.
did.
What? Someone I liked when Tom said he didn't order pizza, and then the pizza driver showed up at the station and said, "Hey, that's weird. I just left Tom's house."
Exactly.
Talk about caught in a lie.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like as red-handed as it gets.
Yeah.
The office is open if you need to
Guilty as
No,
charged.
it's not mine.
That was right up there with boyfriend
Oh, okay.
sneaking out the bedroom window.
They can wait till next week. I just thought, it's car day.
Usually we're
Yeah,
much
that's
more
why I kept
bustling.
telling Nick,
Yeah,
there's
we're
that.
much more bustling there.
The one day
I definitely did that
Yeah.
once with a high school girlfriend. Had to sneak out the window when mom
Yeah.
came in the front door. That was awesome. Then I come back around to get some of the stuff I had to leave in there.
Yeah, we've
And Mom
got
was so-
Mark
"Oh, it's so
and-
nice to
and
meet you.
Car
You're
Day
so sweet."
right there.
You have no
Jeff
idea, Mom.
Couldn't come in today. So.
Oh my gosh.
who's on car day.
Here we go.
Kevin.
First Talk Station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Mark, where do we stand on the update on asbestos? Where do we stand on that one? This apartment definitely's got some problems. We need to get something.
Mark should be there.
Yeah, I know. He should be there. Maybe he's not answering, so who knows. 303-713-TALK. And we have some text messages. I got one for Kevin. Kevin, what is the leakiest car after 50,000 miles? What a good question, texter. The leak, I know why that came up. We talked about later on, you said there are some cars, they look great, they feel great, but then they develop leaks.
They just start leaking. Yeah, Cadillac used to be the worst. The North Star that we talked about.
Really?
Oh,
so
by far.
what can you think of right now, being built right now, that develop leaks after a few, not a few, but after, let's say, 50,000, 60,000 miles? What do you think?
You know, most of I'd say GM, unfortunately. You
Really?
know, like the SUVs and different
But not
things.
Japanese or German or anything?
No, not too much. Not too much. No, not commonplace.
All right. And would you say Range Rover is better than it used to be?
It's hard to, we don't do much with them. We pass on most repairs on Range Rover just because parts are too big a pain.
What about Hummers? Have you seen the newer ones?
There's too much plastic in the Hummer.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's all show no go.
Yep.
303-713-TALK. Did we reestablish with Steve? Steve, are you there? Is he on line one, Kachina? Let me know just so I don't have to sit here asking for him. If he's there, we'll take him. If not, we won't. He can call back. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Now, in some important news for consumers, like I love to talk about, listen to this one. Back in 2015, Walmart noticed that people were getting a lot of gift cards, older people. And they said, hey, what are you getting this gift card for? And Walmart, to their credit, discovered that a lot of these people were paying stuff like fraud stuff through gift cards. Mark and I, in fact, have a video posted on our channel there that has one of these scams for gift cards, and we had the guy on the phone. Now, listen to this. So Walmart froze gift card balances after they found out because they did not want to hurt people, and that was good. They thought if there was any suspicion of fraud, they would freeze the gift card so people would have to call and say, yes, I really want this to go through, right? Well, guess what happened? As a result, $3.9 million was held by Walmart, but it wasn't going anywhere. It didn't go to the fraudsters, but consumers didn't get it either.
Get it back.
So wait a minute. So you had all of this money in suspense. Are you listening to this? $3.958 million. So what happened? There was a class action, or an action. It could have been by the Federal Trade Commission. No, I believe it was a class action. And here's what happened. Walmart was ordered to refund the money to people who had gift cards with accounts frozen. So, if you had, now here are the dates, between April 2016 and July 2017. If you believe you had a gift card frozen, or if you have one now and have been unable to use it, and you were frustrated calling Walmart, you can put in a claim for that balance. Wow. Now that's good news, right? It must be done by July 14th of this year. There's an address, but I'm going to give you, better yet, the website to go to. And you can ask all your questions there, or get them at FAQs. Here it is. Ready? Walmart Gift Card Remission.com. So it's Walmart Gift Card Remission.com. If you go to the website, it will have everything to do with that case. And to me, that's really important. When I read that, I went, what? Now, that's not a ton of money, $3.9 million, but that affects quite a few consumers.
Yeah, $200-300 at a time.
And I know consumers here were affected by it because they called us about it. So there are people who had gift cards that were frozen and they could not use them. Now, I think the next big frontier for gift cards is going to be, this is the big deal, Kevin and Mark, this is the big deal. The cards that are in the store altered. Have you heard about it? What they do, they go to gift cards in the store, they scrape it, look at the number, write it down, then they cover it back over. And when they cover it back over, they then wait for it to be sold. They check that website and find out when it's been activated and then draw all the money. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Thank you. Maybe in a sec.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
A fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning. I-25 southbound into downtown, showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and 6th Avenue. Just west of there, 6th eastbound to I-25 southbound, regular congestion on the off-ramp. Over on the east end of town, I-70 eastbound, we are seeing some slowdowns approaching Pena Boulevard. The same goes for Pena Boulevard southbound, slowdowns between Tower and 56th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies at the moment, scattered thunderstorms late.
Okie dokie. Nothing here.
Hey, Kevin. Oh, look, they're both gone. If you look, see, people on YouTube can't see it. I got a live shot. Kevin and Tom are both gone. So that means one of two things. One, well, I don't want to go down that road, that dirt road. Two, the pizza showed up.
They're each
I
getting a
bet the
mouthful of
pizza
sausage.
showed up.
They're each getting a mouthful of sausage. Or
They're
whatever
both-
pizza topping they got.
Well, one's getting a sardine, the other's getting the sausage.
Sardines?
Anchovy.
Oh, that's right, anchovies. How about people that eat those stupid fish out of the can? Those sardines.
Those
That's
are
the most
sardines.
disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life.
Anna, hi. It's Kelly calling
Besides
from the Tom
spam.
Martino Troubleshooter Show.
Spam is great, dude.
Hi.
Did you eat that shit,
So Rock came
Shannon?
out
There
and did
is
some
a-
testing, and Mark...
There is a Hawaiian restaurant, fast food joint in Aurora that does spam sandwiches. Oh, so good. L&L Hawaiian Barbecue near Aurora Mall. Yep. And they're
What's it called?
L&L Hawaiian Barbecue, and their Loco Moco is amazing. Have you had Loco Moco when you go to Hawaii?
Loco.
the
It sounds
hamburger.
very familiar.
Hamburger on a bed of
yeah,
rice
Yeah.
covered with
Egg, right?
yeah, there are a couple of eggs on it.
Yeah,
and
well, I'll
covered
tell
with
you right
gravy.
now, that did not happen.
Why is that? No egg on your food? On your
I don't mind an egg on a hamburger. It's that whole rice and the other shit.
oh,
My
covered in
husband
gravy.
I don't like
loves
rice,
it.
man.
It's covered in gravy.
Yeah, my husband
Oh.
loves it.
We ate somewhere yesterday that was so good. Holy shit. It was an all-you-can-eat Japanese, and they bring you the uncooked steak, the uncooked whatever, and you cook it right at the table. It
Okay,
is
I have a
fucking
huge problem
phenomenal.
with that because if I go to a restaurant, I don't want to cook my own food.
You know what? I used to say that, but it's great because you can. I had like ribeye, and then when you're done, it only takes like, God, man, a minute
Yeah,
to a minute and a half
seconds,
to
yeah.
cook it. Then they bring you something else. Then they bring you something else. It gives you a little time in between.
The hot pot deal is kind of fun too, where you boil it. But this was a grill.
Yeah, this is actually a grill built into the table. Here's what I didn't know. There's 800 of these restaurants around. I have never heard of this chain before.
I need to know.
God, I'll ask Suzanne. She'll know what it was. And it's all barbecue. It's barbecue related, but it's Japanese barbecue.
Dollar and I need to know.
Okay, here's the name of it. Ah, fuck if I can pronounce this. And there's one. There's one in Denver, Cherry Creek. They're all around. Gai Kaku. Yeah, I know. I'm totally slaughtering that. GYU-KAKU. Japanese barbecue. Gai Kaku. It is so good, Shannon. It is so freaking good. It could be the best Japanese food I ever had. You can get shrimp. It's all you can eat, too.
My three favorite words.
All right, Mark. Anna on 3.
Okay?
Waiting for Marco's.
Go ahead and get, let's get Marco up. Let's do this.
What do we
let's
got?
go to one call. Hey,
Huh?
Tom, let's go to one call, and then let's do the update because we're going to have Bendinelli on, and we're going to have Anna on, and we'll tell everybody the results.
And we've got Steve back too.
Oh, Steve, yeah. Well, now he's and we have.
Why
full
don't you
lunch.
tell Steve? Let's tell Steve. Let's hit a different hour, like around the 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
Okay, you want me to call him back? That's fine.
Yeah, we should. We have
Hey,
now
Steve,
a lot of calls. Yeah.
We're kind of like full right now on calls. Can we call you back?
We need
like
to
around
take one.
like
She's going to
12:30,
get Marco
1
on,
o'clock,
and
that
then we'll
time,
go
so you
to
can
Anna
switch it
and
to
Marco.
the other.
And then I'll tell you, I talked to John at length.
John?
I'm losing my brain. Dan.
Oh.
Yeah, I understand. We went to you before and you weren't there, so Tom but now we got full lines. So I don't know if Tom will want to actually do that. He actually asked me to.
Tell him we just want, Kelly, make it simple. We just want to hit another hour with different listeners.
Just another hour. I mean, he
have
can't do it.
different listeners.
He can't do it.
So Tell him we're going to play that promo for him.
We'll play it for him, but I mean, we can't go to him with full lines. We just can't.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he has to know that.
Okay, I will try to call you back at 12:30. Okay.
That'll be perfect.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Gotcha.
Yeah, Kelly, he's like a lot of artists and a lot of brewery people are prima donnas, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's very true.
Sucking sucks.
What's
Here we go.
Marco's number? Okay.
Oh. Hi. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Antonio has a comment on leaky cars. We talked about cars that start leaking oil after about 50,000 miles. And Kevin said, unfortunately, a lot of the American-made cars do that, and SUVs. And, so go ahead, Antonio. What do you think? What's going on?
I'm going to tell you, it broke my heart to hear that because I've just known those Tahoes to be so reliable. But I have a car, I'm surprised you didn't mention, if you're the mechanic, you know, the 4.4-liter from the BMW. After 50,000 miles, those things would leak all over the place. Am I right?
Yep. You know what? He mentioned that. He mentioned that previously, not today, but on a previous week. Kevin mentioned that they are often leakers, the older Beamers or the smaller Beamers, BMWs. Which model specifically were you talking about, Antonio?
I'm talking about the 7 Series. And if you get the 750 or the 550 that has that 4.4-liter, and I'm telling you, I've had a couple of them, bought a brand new house, and when I saw the stains on my driveway, I gave up on BMW. And I just come to find out it's a very common thing.
You know, is it my imagination, or I see Beamers now all over? I mean, I see them all over. Are they way more popular than they used to be? Or I'm seeing all of the SUVs from 1, 3, 5, 7. Then I see and the cars too. Is it my perception? I'm seeing so many of them.
I see a lot of the SUVs.
I don't know. Well, Antonio, I don't know about them as a longevity type thing. I just don't know. But in general, are those cars for the long haul, Beamers?
The 7 Series is a heck of a good car.
All right. Now, are we ready for this
I'll
update?
say just one thing.
Yeah?
I'll say just one last thing. I'll let you guys go.
Yeah.
BMW is the easiest. The financing is the easiest to get financed through. I used to sell cars, and they'll finance just about anybody.
That's not good.
I mean,
that's surprised. I was surprised. I couldn't believe it. They got people done that we couldn't get done on subprime, but they go get a BMW, and those things were not affordable.
Do you know what, though, in general, I'll tell you, when it comes to the luxury car market, we're pretty limited. I know we have Audis and all that, but really when you think about it, Beamers and Mercedes were the two competing cars all the time, back and forth. And I know we have more now, but of those two, at least BMW is a little more exciting.
Well, you're forgetting, back in the day, honestly, growing up in New Jersey, it wasn't the German cars. The Cadillacs were the bomb.
Of course.
The Lincolns.
Yeah. Now, how do you think the Genesis series is working out?
It kicks the crap out of all of them. I
you
have
mean,
more
hold
bang
on.
for the buck in that G80.
No,
or
I get that
GV80.
part. I'm not talking about kicking the butt and more value for the dollar. I'm asking, how do you think it's doing sales-wise? Are people...
Oh, they're killing it. You can't even find them. They're so back-ordered.
And so the Genesis really
Go find me a Genesis right now. I'll be damned if you can find one.
The Genesis broke apart from Hyundai's, just like
Hyundai.
I mean, just like every, I mean, it really did distinguish itself. And then Audis really have come up a lot. I just never liked Audis. I don't know why. People love them though. So I would say that, but the Mercedes has gotten the most boring. I don't know why. But they've gotten very boring.
Hey, Kelly, call Marco back.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take him anytime.
Let's go ahead and bring Anna up, and we should be able to connect Marco.
You want to do it right now? Okay, Anna.
Or let's, we don't need to take a break, so I think we're good. This is a big one. Why don't you recap it?
Yeah. So Anna called and said, I heard, we've had numerous problems at Castlegate Apartments, numerous problems. In fact, the residents are getting together talking about it. But one of the most serious problems was that we were told there's asbestos in the complex. And I thought, well, there's nothing wrong with that if it remains sealed and confined and not exposed and not disturbed. Even though people don't like it being there at all, technically it's not going to do a lot of harm if it's not airborne. To get airborne, it has to be disturbed. And she says, well, Tom, my ceiling has been disturbed several times, and it's open right now. And I said, Anna, this is serious. If you have asbestos in your apartment, and the apartment complex knows about it, and they sent people in tearing the ceiling apart, knowing it's asbestos, and they did not mitigate it, they did not do anything to prevent it, and they continued having you live there, and you have a little boy, this is serious. Do you know just a few weeks exposure to asbestos dust can last in your lungs forever and can cause serious health problems?
And it's been going on numerous times, and I want to throw this in. We get a lot of calls with people exaggerating. She sent me over video and pictures over a long period of time. There is ginormous holes, like bigger than a skateboard, cut in and out of this ceiling in multiple places. Other places, the ceiling's so saturated it's turned
now, let me
into
explain
like
something.
A paste.
The owners can't take a pass on this thing. We didn't know because, first of all, they put a disclaimer in their lease saying there's asbestos here, but it shouldn't be a problem if it's not disturbed. Second,
not in her lease.
No, but in the new leases. What I'm saying is they know about it. Second of all, it doesn't matter if they know about it. They can be held responsible because building codes say you have to test for asbestos before you disturb stuff over a certain number of years, and this falls into that category. Third, the contractors they hire, they can't blame and say, well, it's their fault, not ours. No one's going to get away with this. This is considered, by the way, an environmental crime. It's not just civil, it can be criminal. Now, what about the personal injury aspect, for God's sakes? Do you know people, it's one of the few personal injury suits where people collect on the what if. Really.
Oh, you don't have to, yeah.
Yeah, in other words, if you had exposure, you don't have to show symptoms because there is the what if factor hanging over your head. So we have a number of elements. Now, we sent an environmental scientist there to check for asbestos. Mark, what did they find?
It came back hot, man. He brought it over to the lab, I think soon as he collected it, and he texted me last night. We got the results. It has asbestos in the popcorn.
But is it in the air?
That's a whole different test, and it's done a whole different way. That's not a really quick test.
What did he suspect?
Nor
he
do I think
if it's disturbed, it has to be in the air.
It's definitely, it's been disturbed so many times, it's crazy.
Now,
I want to throw something else in that Anna said. She had a daughter that had breathing problems as a very little kid, like 4 or 5 years old, hasn't had any up until the last year.
Now, we have Marco Bendinelli on. He's been a part of the referral list for many, many years. He does personal injury on all kinds of stuff like this. So I wanted to ask him to weigh in on it. We also talked to other people off the air. I don't know if you want to talk about that, Mark, but go ahead, Marco. What do you think? What do you think from what you've heard so far?
Well, what I think is you're smarter than most lawyers, okay? I mean, to know that it's criminal, to know that, there needs to be, in addition to just the lab on the material, you're a smart guy, Tom. But, that can cause mesothelioma, and it can remain in the lungs forever. And there is testing that they do. Rose Medical Center is one of the leading. I had an occupational asthma case, and Rose Medical is one of the leading pulmonary hospitals in the country. And I know the director down there, but if the girl is having problems, number one, we can get her some help. But number two, you mentioned that you can't. He can't the owner of the complex can't pass it off to the contractors, and once again, smarter than most lawyers, because the landowner has a non-delegable duty to protect the people living there. So, there's a case there. I'm just wondering whether there's a case for exemplary damages, punitive damages.
Oh my God! I don't know how they plan to get out of this thing. Hey, Anna, what are you thinking about all this?
It kind of solidifies what we have been worried about since we moved in. At this point in time, now, as of recent, we've had a letter given to us from the landlord telling us we have two options. And this is all regarding the flooding. This is not even talking about the asbestos. This is all regarding the flooding. We have two options. We either move and they won't charge us for the unit that we're in now. They'll just prorate the rent for the new apartment. Or we move out completely from the complex and they charge us rent for this unit.
You mean charge you rent for the rest of your lease?
I don't have a lease. Right now we are on an assumed month-to-month. Our official lease ends in October of 2022.
Okay, now Anna, listen. No matter what you do with the legal part, you do understand you have to get out of there, right? For the good of your child. Yes. Marco, isn't she almost obligated to mitigate her damages that way?
Oh, of course. I mean, if she thinks, first of all, you got the material study, which, Mark Major said came back hot, so we know it's there. And even though you don't have the air quality study, you've got circumstantial evidence that would indicate it's in the air.
Right.
Right.
And because the daughter didn't have problems for a long time, from my understanding.
Is there something that should be done, Marco, to preserve or get more? In other words, if she moves out now, they could get in there and do everything properly.
I think what would happen
should be done now?
I'll tell you what needs to be done. A letter needs to be done for preservation of evidence to put them on notice, because then if they get rid of anything, they're in big trouble. Right, Marco?
Well, that's true. But, I'd like, I do believe she has to move out. I would agree with that, not only for, any legal issues or implications, but for her daughter's health. And but what I'd like to do is I'd like to get an air quality study to document that it's in the air, which it sounds like,
I think Anna should call Marco. If she wants to call other people, she can call other people. We need to talk to her off the air.
You know how few people have done the cases Marco has. I mean, my God, I don't think there's a better fit for this one.
Now, 1-800-ATTORNEY is his number, but Anna, we're going to get you guys hooked up off the air. We have to take this quick break. More coming right up. Mark, can you do the spot?
No. He's on it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Go.
Report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
No major complaints throughout the Denver metro as we approach the noon hour. Some slowdowns throughout town, no nothing too out of the ordinary. I-25 southbound into downtown, we're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and 6th Avenue. Over on the east end of town, leaving the airport, Paney Boulevard southbound, slowdowns continue between Tower Road and 56th. On the south end, 225 southbound congested driving between Parker Road and I-25. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, fair skies at the moment. Chance of scattered thunderstorms later this afternoon. Still warm out there with a high of 79 degrees. Overnight low of 53. We're seeing rain all throughout the week, and tomorrow high of 75. The current temperature is 77 with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 K.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Euro Plumbing, I love these guys. Who else can sell you a 40-gallon water heater for just $1,299? That includes installation, their name brands like Reamer Smith, a 6-year warranty, the delivery, the haul away of the old one, new supply lines, new gas flex supply lines, you name it, it comes with it. It's a complete package, $1,299. A 50-gallon, only $1,399. I've personally used these guys, and they're great. They're on time, they're fast, and the best pricing. 303-668-6844 or check them out at europlumbingcolorado.net.
Shopping for a gift for dad or grad? Get Rose.
303-940-9900. Okay, thanks, Marco. Appreciate it. You take care.
I would not want to be on the other side of the courtroom
Oh, I'm so
of
sorry.
that guy.
No kidding.
He got some
Aw.
cat that rented a
Good,
U-Haul,
good,
Shannon.
good.
So
I'm
picture,
glad
it
to
might
hear
have been
it,
the
and I
other
will
one,
pass
a
that
rider.
along.
Yeah.
But you know how you pull the ramp out so
All
you
right.
go up and
Thanks
down?
so much. Okay.
When
Bye-bye.
you pull the ramp out, there's 2 little hooks at the end,
Right.
so the whole ramp doesn't come out. So this guy pulls it out, one of the hooks is broke, and it ends up hitting him in the chest. I mean, it did some real damage, broke ribs, everything.
Anna?
He got the guy, they offered him about $200,000. When it was all said and done, through trial, Marco got him $3 million.
Oh my God.
It makes you want to go run a U-Haul.
Yeah, I certainly think about it. Like I think I told you briefly, this girl I'm sniffing around, I hooked her up with Bell and Pollock because she got in a casino bus accident. Very
Ooh.
minor, well, not minor deal, but not a little bit of a
she
deal.
ain't dead.
Well, she's whatever's left of her.
Well,
is getting
actually,
$4
you
million.
are a necrophiliac, so it's possible she's dead. Keep going.
Yeah, I like it when my hands numb. But she's looking at about $4 million.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Wow.
Almost makes it worth it to keep hanging out with her.
I would say so.
Okay, thanks, Anna. You take care. Have a great weekend. Okay, bye-bye.
Is she calling Marco, Kelly?
Yes, she is.
Good.
We're sending her a room fan.
And I
Have
am
you
texting
seen Marco,
you-
either of you, in person?
Hey, Mark.
You had him in once.
Mark, I'm
Yeah,
texting
so
you.
his
the
son,
email.
Julian.
Yeah.
So Marco's probably maybe 5.5 feet tall and weighs probably fucking 90 pounds. I mean, he's like the size of my daughter. His son looks like the fucking Bachelor, like 6'3", built, handsome as hell. It's like, holy shit, where did this kid come from? No offense, Marco.
Milkman in there?
Hey, Mark, did you hear me? I'm sending you texts with the emails that he wants you to send the info to.
You don't need to yell. He can hear you.
Okay.
Actually, tell me, Mark, you couldn't hear her. No, it's speech. In the immortal words of Robert Plant, singing one of their fun songs live. Dick, Dick, Dick. Is Moby Dick live in here? No, I don't think the live... Oh, wait. What a fun song. That's what I'm gonna do later today. Nothing but Zeppelin. It's time to get the lead out.
All right, I'm going to go set up Leland, okay?
It was just great having you. Do, 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 do. Moby Dick, Dick, Dick. She's foaming the runway for Leland, for for some reason. Can you hear me in there? Kelly! Pain in the ass. Can you hear me? No, she can't hear me. But he's coming in with a full crew. On Fridays, he comes in on Fridays and loads the place up. Conservative talk show host, yeah.
So do you
News
you
and
ever live
stuff.
in this house, or you just kind of...
What?
Tom, are you back from licking the fish?
I'm here.
All right.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm here.
Licking the fish.
But yeah, I stay here with the kids, but I've never lived here full time. But we have a lot of fun here. We get together sometimes.
Hey,
All
Kevin.
right. Nope.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Waterpros.net, the best water at the kitchen sink for drinking. Don't buy bottled water again for under $1,000 fully installed. PaulTheWaterman.com. Okay, that problem with asbestos is so major. Every now and then we take a call on this show that blows me away. I mean, we help a lot of people every day, but then we get the major things. This is so, I don't even know if these people understand the gravity, the owners of this apartment complex, the gravity of the situation.
You're assuming the owners know something. I think it's just horrible management. You know what I mean? 500
Oh my
units,
God.
I believe.
I mean, at what point do we contact them now?
I think we just let her deal with Marco or whatever, and let's see what happens.
But there are other people there that should be told. I'm serious.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
And I think, you know what? I mean, I think I have an obligation to put the word out. Castlegate.
I'm with you, man.
I mean, we have an obligation. So we know there's hot asbestos. We know it's been disturbed. If it's been disturbed in her unit, it probably has been disturbed in other units. And that is a major deal. So, Castlegate Apartments, where are they actually located? Castlegate.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. And then, Kelly, I'm wondering, should we call them? I mean, should we literally now call them and say, we need to get a comment from ownership?
It looks like they're in Arvada, West 84th Avenue, or West 84th Way.
Yes.
And their number is 303-420-1575. I don't want people to harass them, by the way. I'm putting that out there because I want you, if you have people there, to warn them.
Let me see if I can get a manager.
We need to get someone, or get a representative of the owner, or legal counsel or something, but we need to give them a chance to respond to this. Everything we're hearing is telling us major problems. Castlegate Apartments. We have more coming up.
Isn't that, Mark, does that ever get weird?
The reason I don't
bro.
To hear major problems and to know it could be you?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to speak with a manager, please.
They ain't talking to nobody.
My name is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter
No, I'm good,
radio
yeah.
show. And we've had 2 of your tenants call us complaining about the conditions in which they're living, and we wanted to give you a chance to actually tell your side of the story.
Yeah.
If you can get me in touch with a manager, that would be great. Yes, I can absolutely repeat myself. My name is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter radio show here in Denver. We are a consumer advocacy show, and we have had 2 tenants of yours call in regarding the living conditions at your facility.
Asbestos and mold.
We wanted to basically get
These
your
are a few of my favorite
side of the
things.
story, because we're hearing asbestos is actually in the ceilings of some of the tenant quarters, and we also sent over a restoration specialist to look at and test for asbestos, which came back positive in the ceiling. And as I said before, we've had 2 tenants that have actually called and complained about the living conditions. So we're hoping to get a manager on air to address these issues. Yes, please put me on hold.
Hey, Kelly, while you're on hold.
Yeah.
So it is managed by a company that's huge called Comcap, C-O-M-C-A-P.
Okay, Comcap.
And their phone number, because that's going to be your next call. Actually, they have all their leadership right on their website. I'm going to send you a link.
All right, well, you can also just put it on the call screener, and I can try to call them, too.
Right. Go to this link, and you can contact the entire... It's everybody.
Okay, got it.
But if you go to leadership, you can see the president, the senior advisors, director of compliance. These are the people we might be wanting to reach out
And they own the
to.
building?
They manage the building. It's the
They
leadership
manage.
of the
They
management.
don't necessarily own. Okay, I got it.
No, but I mean, who knows who owns the property? It doesn't matter. These guys manage, like, I don't know,
Julie,
40
hi,
apartment
my name is
complexes.
Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter radio show. And we've had a couple callers who are tenants of your building that have called in about asbestos in their ceiling and really poor living conditions at your establishment, which is Castlegate Apartments. Do you manage that?
Yeah. Several. That's exactly how I talk to him.
And would that be Comcap? Hello? Oh, okay. Hang up on me. That's fun.
Make sure when you get back on air, you tell everybody they did that.
Yep. Totally hung up on me. Transferred me to the manager and then hung up.
Who the hell would hang up on Kelly?
Right.
That was probably the
I
manager.
talk to people like dogs. What? According to Shannon.
Talk to people like, well, that's not a bad thing. Oh, who's a kaboom?
That's exactly what Shannon accuses me of.
That's not a bad thing.
I don't think it is. I'm very polite.
Yeah.
I graduated from Miss Manners, man, and Six Sigma. I have to do it. 3420. Yeah, that's what I just called. That doesn't work. Leadership. Leadership. Michael Lynch.
Gone.
This is my son, Dragon.
Hey.
He's up
So are you cents if he's dollar? What? Yes, I'm cents. Or yeah, we can put that.
So everybody's gonna have a.
Yeah.
You can't come
Wait,
in here and not.
how are you dollar, but I'm the one that works for the bank, or a bank?
Just because of my accounting background, so Tom just said, you're calling dollar. Okay.
Okay, I will keep that. Yeah. Yeah.
Traffic,
Oh, we only have 2 minutes.
Hi, thanks so much. This message is from Michael Linton, the president of Comcap Management.
Where is everyone? Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Tommy's upstairs.
Damn it, Thomas! Oh, you know where he is, Kevin. That's what he refers to as the executive.
Executive.
You know how if you go into a casino and you go into the shitter, some of them have phones on the wall?
That was the executive.
The executive.
Actually, the pizza's upstairs. That's why he's up there.
Did you guys literally get
Of course
anchovies?
we did. Of course we did.
That's disgusting.
We asked them to leave the anchovies out in the sun for an hour before they cooked them.
Honey. Hey, I found a Jack.
Please do it.
Man.
Please do it.
A what?
It is unbelievable. You have to
I mean,
check it
really,
out.
I don't want you laying around doing nothing. I want you to get on that, okay?
Okay.
All right, I love you. I'll see you. Bye. Bye.
Was he talking to Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're hugging it out.
Guess who I'm talking to? Fucking kids.
Oh, I can imagine. I am
Anyway.
so glad that part of my life is over, Jack.
Yeah, can you believe it? And I'm older. I'm
never
way older.
over.
And Mark is old enough to be my son, and I'm having fucking kids younger than his.
Yeah, but it's never
He's got
over.
the teenagers. They're all fun up until about
15
12.
seconds, guys.
Anyway,
Here we
Mark,
go.
that
Station.
pizza was
Sister
good,
Radio. 630 K-How.
and it had anchovies all over it.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter
This is
Show.
like-
Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm live from the Bat Cave. Mark is live from the Fortress of Solitude, and we are broadcasting from parts unknown. But we welcome you to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kevin Calkin is with us from Sheridan Auto Tech. And by the way, we are here talking about a lot of stuff today, as we do every day. And the one thing that stands out, people, if you're just listening, I really have to bring this up because I believe we have a moral obligation to bring it up. Castlegate Apartments, we've had a couple calls now, and some also people off the air, because there's asbestos there. Now, asbestos doesn't mean, oh my God, let's all move out. I'm not saying that. But they acknowledge in their new leases there's asbestos, and if left undisturbed, you don't have a danger, basically. It doesn't pose a danger. I don't even know if they say that in the disclaimer. I'd like to know exactly what the disclaimer says. I believe it just said it shouldn't pose a danger, but I think they should warn people, do not hang planters from the ceiling. Do not put things in where there's asbestos, because when you disturb it, do you realize if you went to put a hook in the ceiling and there's asbestos there, just one hook in the ceiling, a little dust gets in your nose. It doesn't go away. It burrows into your lungs. I mean, it can. Most likely, it will with continued exposure, sometimes even one exposure. So here's the deal. You have to truly know what you're doing when you deal with asbestos as a contractor. This woman claims, and she verified it with pictures with us and statements and all of this. She lives
And a
at
lab test we did.
Castlegate Apartments, tore apart her ceiling several times, and never took proper mitigation or disposal of asbestos. That can be an environmental crime if that happened, and her pictures show it. We need to call them and get an official statement now. This is going far beyond.
Kelly called over there.
Kelly,
Sir.
what did Castlegate Apartments say?
So I was transferred to the manager. Her name is Julie, and she politely hung up on me.
How do you?
What kind of a moron?
She say, okay.
What kind
bye.
of a moron would hang up on immediate inquiry about an immediate danger? She could say,
Correct.
I'm not at liberty to talk about it. Please call the corporate, or we will get back to you. But to just hang up.
She literally, actually, give her a little bit of credit.
Okay.
She said all media inquiries have to go through
Okay.
corporate.
Okay, that's fine.
So I did
That's fine.
leave a message with Michael Lerner, who is the president of ComCap, who is the building management, and we'll see if they actually call back. So,
do we know who the owners are? Let's do some research on this.
Well, Comcap...
You mean of the actual... I think Comcap is where it's going to be at.
No, I think that's the management company, right?
It is, but they manage like...
Yeah.
But they may not manage owner properties, is what I'm saying. They may not own it. I want to know, do the owners know about it? And I think one of our real estate people could find out who are the owners. You can't hide. It's going to be under the tax roll, 6925 West 84th Way, Arvada. In fact, we can probably find out by what county is that? What county is that? Do we know?
I would guess Arapahoe. I don't know.
No, I'm not sure if it's still Jefferson or...
It could be.
Jefferson?
I'm thinking Jefferson.
Well, and I made it very, very clear also that 2 tenants had called us regarding the same issue.
Well, we also tested it, for God's sakes.
Yes, and I made that clear as well in the message and also to the building manager, and she basically just backed me off and then hung up.
Now, Comcap Management is simply a management company. I don't think they own this place. I want to know, Arvada, is that Jefferson County? We need to get someone to go to the tax rolls and find out the owner. This is serious. We could be literally saving lives right now, is what I'm talking about. Now, I'm not alleging that the owners or anyone are involved in a conspiracy, nor am I alleging that a danger exists in all of the apartments. But there is certainly that possibility. So people, they don't talk about it. The number we called was 303-420-1575, but Comcap Management, I don't think they're the owners. They're a different number. We need to find the owners. Now, I know how to do that. If I was off the air, I could be doing that. Maybe we can ask one of our real estate pals to do that. Let's get the owners of this. Let's find out who they are. And let's contact the owners directly. I'm not so sure the management company told them. And I know this. If I was the owner of a property that had an environmental impact like this...
And they didn't tell you?
This could be far-reaching. They don't understand the millions and millions of dollars they're exposed to right now. The millions and millions of dollars. So, if you go to the website, it's Comcap Management. If you go to Castlegate and then /Castlegate, so it's just one of the many. But you're not going to find anything about Castlegate. And by the way, that's the way it is. Because if you think about it, when you're an owner of an apartment complex, I've owned them, you don't want to be bothered for each and every inquiry. So I think if you go to their website, contact us. So it's Comcap MGMT, which is an abbreviation for management, ComcapMGMT.com, and then drill down to the property, Castlegate. There's a contact us. And really, I'm going to fill this out. I feel very strongly about this, people. This is not an idle problem. We verified there's asbestos, and it has been disturbed in her apartment. In fact, I hope Rock protected himself when he went there. Seriously. You don't walk in that place. She can't be staying in there.
No, she should get out right away.
Right away. People don't understand how dangerous it is. I mean, it's not going to instantly kill you, but it burrows and it's there. George, what is your comment?
Hey, Tom. So, with commercial properties in particular, before any work is done on them, if there is any suspicion that there might be environmental hazards there, they're supposed to test, map out all the areas, have remediation plans, etc., before any work is done. Now, What would constitute possibly knowing? Well, the age of the property, historical records. I am certain the management company would have known or should have known readily about that hazard. And it sounds like it was in the drywall or maybe the spray, if it was a textured ceiling,
Popcorn
whatever
ceiling.
it might be. Yeah. And here's the deal: if a worker, and of course this would be extended to the tenant, would have been exposed, that's supposed to be monitored. I think it's for about 30 years. I would find a legal way, I'm sure there exists, to put a lien or some sort of notice so that whatever happens with that property in the future, before it gets transferred, that the monitoring of this tenant's health, if anything happens with their health potentially associated with this exposure, they remain on the hook. In other words, they can't go bankrupt and not have financial liability for any potential health associated with this exposure. I would put them on notice. You're right, this is potential millions of dollars, and I would think that when I do work on a commercial property and there's a report, the workers are supposed to be notified of that area that is a potential hazard. So you don't go in there prior to a cleaning report so that hazard was removed. I mean, that's just the way it is. And anybody doing anything less than that are freaking idiots.
I know it. No, this is a terrible thing, and I'm wondering if we should contact one of the TV stations to get on this too.
Contact OSHA.
No, they need to contact the health department for sure.
Well, absolutely.
Kelly, ask them about the health department. Let's call Jefferson County Health Department. This is Jefferson County. I got the property up here. I have the demographic.
I went to the assessor's office. I cannot pull up that address.
No, that's what I have. I have it right here. I'm on the assessor's page, and I have it.
Watch it. The address isn't going to pop.
It did. Owners are Castlegate LLLP with an address and a mailing address for Dartmouth. But I don't know, Mark, what I need here. It has the square footage, 1,155,000 square feet, 26 acres. The tax assessment, I have it all right here. It's sold most recently for $40 million in 2005. The property valuation in 2023 was $5 million. Oh my God, $5 million, and they bought it for $40. So, and right here, it's talking about the ownership group. So but it doesn't give us too much information about the owners. Now it has each unit.
No, but that's why LLPs and LLCs and corps are made. I mean, you don't have to say who the owner is ever.
So I'm going to go on the state now and look up Castlegate. I don't even know what LLLP is. I don't even know what that is.
Limited liability partnership.
Limited liability partnership?
Mm-hmm.
But how does that...
I don't know the structure. I know what it stands for. How does it differ from a corporation? I don't know.
Anyway, so people, if you're listening, you know people at Castlegate Apartments, you better spread the word. And we need to start looking for the owner to talk to them. You put in an official message with ComCap, Kelly? Did you?
So I did leave a message for the president, Michael Lerner, and LLLP actually stands for Limited Liability Limited Partnership.
Oh,
so it's a
okay.
hybrid. It's a hybrid between an LLP and like an LLC.
Okay.
I'm sure it's owned by some kind of conglomeration, man.
Yeah, well, they have to be worried about millions and
Sure.
millions and millions of dollars in
No,
potential.
my point is, I just don't think, Fred Smith owns it.
And then we're going to have to go to the Secretary of State.
And the assessor for Jefferson County is named Scott Kiersgaard.
Well, the assessor won't have much for us right now, but we have to look up this business. And people, if you find out anything, call us. Whenever I do something like this, I have a bunch of listeners who have a lot of talent on their own. So let's just do a crowdsourcing thing. And when you find out an owner contact, let's contact them. And then
We did have one caller that called in. He couldn't hold to be on air, but he did state that about 24 of his friends have lived in these apartments, and they're about 55 years old. So that
It says,
could explain the asbestos.
We got a break, Tom. Interesting. An LLLP was designed to completely eliminate the automatic personal liability of the general partner for a partnership obligations.
Isn't that wonderful? Okay, we got to take a break. We'll have more coming right up.
Windows or doors for your home? Then call Bluebird Windows. With an average 4.8 on Google reviews, customers attest to the quality, installation, and craftsmanship
I have
that Bluebird
Castlegate
Windows
LLC,
offer. They're
but
manufactured
no, I have it.
specifically
I have
for
it
both
right now.
Colorado's weather and our altitude.
I
Call
found
for a free quote. Mention me, Michael Brown, for a full 20.
All right, Tom, you got 10 seconds.
Bluebird Windows, 303-810-2888, 303-810-2888, or go online, gobluebirdco.com.
We're just talking about property and catastrophes. American Restoration 24/7. Rock's the one we asked to test for asbestos. And I'm asking you not to listen to your insurance company when you have a problem. Let's say you did discover asbestos or black mold, or let's say you have a problem with something else in your home, like a fire, a flood, broken pipe. What you need is the help of an expert that we know and trust. Don't let your insurance company do the choosing. We recommend American Restoration to stop and mitigate dangerous substances and then remove and then rebuild. American Restoration 24/7. The experts we go to for information. You should start there. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST or amrest247.com. Hey, are you looking for a getaway this summer? Have you considered an RV? Maybe you have an older one. You want to trade it in. You'll get top trade-in value at CentryRV.com. Century RV, our friends in the RV business, your friends too, because they have great pricing, great trade values, and they have everything from pop-up camper trailers, bumper poles, fifth wheels, and Class A's. Why don't you go look for them up at I-25 and exit 240, right on the frontage road on the east side, right south of 240. That's exit 240. That's 303-453-1111, CentryRV.com. Hey, Mark?
Yes.
I'm going to come off of YouTube for a sec. Okay, I got it. I got it. Castlegate LLLP, I got. Okay. Limited liability, limited partnership. Arthur, I got the registered agent. Arthur McDermott. Okay, now let's go for their filing history and documents. They started in 2005. Their periodic report is here. Arthur McDermott.
Yeah, he's a property manager guy.
Is he?
It says 40 years in property management and ownership.
That's what they're listing him as.
Yeah, he's part of the executive staff at ComCap.
You think they're the actual owner?
I don't. The way that thing could be structured is a zillion different ways. I don't even know if it matters. I mean, he could own 0.001%. I'm saying there's probably 5,000 owners of that property. It's a $40 million property.
McDermott's been the one always filing from the beginning.
After you do.
All right, 15 seconds there, guys.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino. So we found out from the address and the tax assessor's office that Castlegate LLLP owns it. Then we went to the state and found the registered agent, which Mark then looked up, and the registered agent, Mark, is a guy named McDermott, and McDermott is the one.
Arthur.
He's the one with ComCap Management.
Yeah, he's part of the executive staff. He's 40 years in property management, ownership, provides guidance and reviews of all activities. He brings more than 3 decades of real estate experience.
We should try to get a hold of Arthur McDermott. He's listed as an address 91 East Dartmouth Avenue in Inglewood. So he's the one we should try. Kachina Kalari, we should try to get a hold of McDermott. That's our first point. And of course, none of the other, and that's the beauty of sheltering with companies, as the Bidens know. You don't have to disclose each and every member of each and every entity on the state site. So this has been around, by the looks of it, since September 2005. And this property, the property was purchased, the last time it was purchased was in 2005. So they formed this company in September, bought it in November, and that's what it looks like. And according to the contract here, the warranty deed, it was $40 million. I have all of the closing documents sent to me by my friend in the real estate business and the title company. And I'm looking to see who signed the closing documents. But I think that it's not going to be some major disclosure that this is a group. This is an ownership group. But man, when it comes to asbestos contamination and possibly poisoning a child in an apartment, this is no small thing. This is absolutely no small thing. So we're talking about Castlegate Apartments. Again, we're not alleging anything was done intentionally, nor are they trying to cover it up. All we know is there's asbestos there, it's disturbed, and they're not doing any mitigation. We know that. And we also know that they're not doing anything for this tenant except asking her to move. So there's a big problem. Now, let's go to other problems. People have been waiting. Jody, I'm sorry for the wait, Jody. What's going on?
I live in a townhome that, of course, is in an HOA, and my neighbors back in December put up solar panels which encroached onto my property by 1.5 feet.
Now, wait a minute. So they put them on the ground?
No, they put them on the roof.
How does it encroach on your property?
They share the roof.
Because it's my roof, because I own the lot, and within the lot is the unit. And so the
Hold on.
property
So
line-
your
Yeah.
townhome, it goes a foot and a half onto your roof?
Yes,
Is
when
it
they placed them up.
Is it just overhanging onto your roof, or is it drilled into your roof?
It was drilled into my roof. And I called the solar company, tried to get help. I kept getting put off.
When you
put
do
off.
this, when you have a roof done, do you pay for exactly your section and everyone pays for their own section?
No, here, per our governing documents, the HOA is responsible for any maintenance and repairs.
Okay, so hold on. I'm curious because you, and I don't mean to argue or anything, but you may not own that portion of the roof that you think you own. It may be condominiumized, meaning that...
No, it is not a condominium.
No, I'm not saying it's a condominium. What I'm saying is you obviously have common area handled by the HOA. Okay? You obviously do.
The only common areas we have in this particular HOA are open areas.
Okay. You just told me,
Everything
Jody,
else
you just told me the
owned.
HOA is responsible for roof maintenance and repairs.
Correct.
Okay, so hold on. Then
governing
hold on.
Okay.
So if there is a repair or damage done to a section of the roof way away from you, your funds as well as everyone else's funds are used to fix it. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so that is what you call common. It's common maintenance, common area maintenance, CAM.
Okay.
Okay? You have CAM. Now, what I mean by that is you may not have a right, you may, the HOA definitely has a right, but you may not have a right to say, wait a minute, that's on my roof, because under CAM rules, they may not consider it your roof, and that person may have gotten
Why would
permission.
the neighbor have a right to put up solar panels in?
What's
on
that?
a common roof.
What, Mark?
Why would the neighbor, therefore, have
Well,
the right
as I
to
was
put up
finishing my
solar
sentence,
panels?
you were asking that question, and the last part of the sentence was he may have gotten HOA approval to put up solar panels, and if he did, then he did. That's it. He submitted a diagram, and they don't give a rip that it's a few feet over on her roof, because it's not her roof, it's their roof. That's what I'm trying to discern before we get all bent out of shape. Did he just go rogue and put these up there, or did he submit a plan to the HOA? Did you contact the HOA and ask if
Yes,
those
I did.
panels were approved?
Yes.
Were
The
they
panels
approved?
were approved, and then I contacted the city of Greeley code enforcement. Code enforcement came out, recognized that yes, they were encroaching on my property, and put a stop work order on it. So that in turn forced the solar company to come out and move the panels onto the neighbor's property. In doing so, it caused damage to my roof.
You just said the HOA has to fix that.
Right, and so then the HOA came back and said, no, that is a neighbor-to-neighbor issue. And these people are extremely harsh. I just try and stay away from them. They've yelled, screamed. It's been not good.
Yeah, but you're not even allowed to fix the roof. You said it's an HOA matter.
But they told me, so I have to go to the neighbor and ask them to fix my roof.
Okay, and then, hold on, and then the HOA will allow a neighbor to hire someone to fix that roof on a common area.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, That's not true. Okay? I mean, all I can tell you is you're getting wrong information. Let me tell you why that's impossible. If it is a common area maintenance, I'm not telling you they're responsible. They can go after that neighbor. They can go after you. I mean, if you went up there with a sledgehammer and hit a roof, I imagine they have to fix it, then they can call you. But by telling you to call the neighbor, what if the neighbor wants to put up purple shingles? I mean, it's obviously not up to individual people to fix damages. Someone on the HOA has no idea what they're talking about, or the management company doesn't. Now, yes, they can say it's up to them to pay for it, but they sure as hell can't just hire someone to go up and fix it. That's specifically forbidden by your bylaws. So what you need to do first is the HOA needs to, what is the procedure for, first of all, assessing the damage to begin with? That's what we need to know. And if they were approved, did they submit a plan to the HOA showing the placement of the panels, and did the company make a mistake and move it over, or did they show it incorrect to begin with?
I cannot get those documents because it falls under some privacy law, so I haven't been able to access.
Because let's say this. Here's why I'm asking that. And you can get it with a lawsuit, but I don't think it's worth it. Here's what I'm saying. If they approved it as diagrammed and it was a foot on your roof, it was approved that way. And the HOA would be responsible for that so-called encroachment and damage. But the county may have erred by putting a stop work order on it, because I don't believe the county had authority to do that. Because with a common area, an HOA can give permission to do stuff like that. I mean, they really can, because you don't have control over it if they're fixing and maintaining it. What I'd like to know is this, okay? I need to know how your deed is written, and it's too complicated to get into now. I don't know if you have a line on that roof that absolutely everything over that line is your responsibility. You told me it's not. Everyone is responsible for the whole roof. So it's more complicated than just going to your neighbor and saying, fix it, because they're not allowed to fix it by your bylaws. I'll guarantee it. Because otherwise, people would fix, when they have to replace their roofs, they could all have different colors, and that's not going to happen.
You're insured.
We got to take a break, Tom.
Your roof, your
side. All right, we have to take a break. Hold on. Let's take this break and come back.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
A fairly standard drive throughout the Denver Metro with one or two bumps and bruises out there. Close to downtown, I-25 northbound at Alameda, we've got a crash with stop and go. Back from Santa Fe, I-25 southbound slow into downtown between I-70 and Vasquez. Just east of there, I-70 westbound slowdowns continue through construction work between 270 and I-25. Just north of there to Commerce City, 270 westbound slow at Vasquez. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, fair skies. Another warm one today with highs pushing the 80-degree mark. Chance of scattered thunderstorms later today, overnight low of 53. Tomorrow high 75. The current temperature 79 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Lowe's knows the
10 seconds, Tom. You're up next.
Day you can save up to 40% on select tools and accessories. Shop Father's Day deals today. Lowe's knows dads. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/18. Selection varies by location.
Hey, you want the best water heater deals anywhere? I've been telling you about this, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Now, I don't know how long they're going to last, maybe a long time, but here's the deal. If your water heater's just old and it hasn't broken yet, hey, you can get a new one for as little as $12.99 for a 40-gallon tank with the old one taken away. And then you get new water line, new gas flex line, but you can get a 50-gallon for $13.99. In fact, any size you want, you get the best price at EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Bar none, that's it. 303-668-6844, 668-6844. All right, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. If I didn't use them, I wouldn't tell you that. They are sponsors of this show, but I am using them each and every day we talk. Well, not every day, but they email me and they give me updates, and here's what I'm doing. I'm taking all my elements for retirement and putting it into a plan for income, insurance, long-term care, everything I would need, including investments, and here's what they do. They tell me where I'm strong, where I'm weak, what I have to shore up or not. And they can tell you the same thing. All income levels, all walks of life, they start with you when you're as early as 30. And they will work with you as late as you want, but they will get you prepared. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, and that is a emphasis on planning. rpcenter.com for a free analysis of your situation. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211.
Don't let...
Oh, Sasha.
Thomas Martino.
Yeah.
We're splitting, brother.
All right.
Hasta la vista all.
Drive carefully.
Thank you.
See ya.
I just don't understand this bullshit.
Well, shit. Are you going to change this fucking stream, or do I?
Do I have to change anything?
I have to change the stream.
Yeah, just turn his camera off, right?
Glad you don't live in Finland.
Why? What's going on?
They slap you with fees, like speeding tickets, based on your income. The guy just paid a $129,000 ticket because he was fairly wealthy. 20 miles over the speed limit.
The whole fucking world. Going crazy.
Say it 3 or 4 times in a row, it becomes truth.
Oh, he did change it. Okay.
You know, I'm wondering if we should talk to LEM about the concrete ceiling problem. Hello? I don't see why she cared that that's so.
I was wondering that too. It's a foot. What, you up there measuring?
It wouldn't have done anything. No. If a hailstorm, how would it have ever affected her? Ever?
It affects her more now that she put rails of stink than it did before.
I don't even understand it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, were there holes? Probably where it was bolted and they just kind of moved it.
Okay, how's that? Art of granite.
All right, 15 seconds there, Tom.
Gotcha.
No matter where you go this summer, your favorite radio station, the music you love, and the best podcasts in the world will be along for the adventure. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Denver's talk station.
Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, I want to get to these phones and help people. Jody, on the solar thing. It is Jody, right? I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
Can I? And I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm asking, what difference did it make in the beginning that the panels were 1.5 feet over on your roof? How would that have affected you ever? Give me a scenario.
Because, okay, when I would go to resell my property,
Yeah.
I would have to have it written that I've taken, I can't think of the word, exception to that, so the person buying it is aware that those panels are encroaching onto this property.
Okay. And
So
Jody?
yeah.
Okay. It doesn't matter because you already complained and they made them move it, because it really wouldn't have affected you at all. You would have had the same deed, the same everything. And since that roof is not if you maintained your own roof, I'd be 100% saying absolutely get it moved. But you don't. It's an HOA thing. So even if a hailstorm came and they had to remove and replace them, it would never affect you one way or another. But because you stirred it up and the county, in my opinion, in error, made them move it, now you have roof damage. And I agree with the HOA that the roof damage is not their responsibility as far as cost goes. It is their responsibility to approve the repairs exactly the way they want them, whether they even know it or not. The problem is there are a lot of morons that are on boards of HOAs and they don't know what they're doing unless there's a professional management company. So my recommendation to you is to have somebody assess it and get a price for it, right? And then I would take the company and the guy to small claims court for the cost, and then have the HOA fix it and you guys pay for it. But the HOA has to do the work order. I mean, I know they say you can do it, but you can't, okay? You have to go through them, but then they won't have to bear the economic responsibility. But we're not even sure what we're talking about as far as cost. What do you think the cost will be?
The cost it's only probably going to be $400.
Okay.
So
Well,
my thing was,
yeah.
do I fill out an architectural application, let them know I am having this roof company come out, do the repairs, and call it good?
You have to. But then I would go, you have to do that by bylaws because it's a common area. However, I wouldn't let the neighbor get away with $400. Why would you? I mean, you can go after, they're going to have to pay you the $400. Whether he's bitter or not, he's going to have to pay it. No matter what. Okay. I don't see how this guy wins. You have a cease and desist from the building department. You have the HOA saying you have to fix it. And you have a boarder saying it's your roof. I mean, your roof as far as over your property. So forget whether or not they should have made him move it or what harm it did you. None of that matters. The only thing that matters now is you shouldn't have to be the one to pay for it. That's all. But you may have to pay for it just to get it done. Get it over with. Then go after them. And you know what? It's worth it not to let people walk on you. It's $50 to file. I don't see how you lose and you get your money back.
Okay, so go to small claims.
That's what I would do. I would go right to the neighbor and sue them, and I would name the solar company. Now, if you want, I don't mind calling. I don't mind. In fact, we can have Deputy Dollar call over to the, you know what, or maybe Smarty has dealt with solar issues, but this is not a solar issue. This is more of a responsibility. We can have someone call over there and say, look, before we make a big deal about this, can you just pay this woman the damages? That's all she wants. She'll even take care of getting it done. Let's do that. Kachina, let's give it to somebody to see what we can do.
You want Dollar?
Yeah, let's have Deputy just to say, look, will you pay for the damages? You guys did it wrong. Pay for the damages. Now, I know we have a lot of people waiting. I want to bring up Steve because I'm really running out of time. We have slammed lines and we have to take calls. And besides, I would like to get him on next week when we're closer to the event. But this is for Father's Day weekend. Steve, take it away. What did you want? What's the main message for Father's Day weekend?
Okay, well, it's Father's Day weekend.
We got about a minute here.
17th, which is Saturday night, which is NASCAR racing. The brewery, Rock and Roll Brewery, and if you go to rockandroll.com, you can enter to win VIP tickets for this race. Now, there's 2 big VIP tickets you'll win, and I'm giving several away, so you have a really good chance, and there's other prizes. We'd love to see you out there. We're going to have our tent there both nights. Sunday night will be It's called Sunday. It's called the Monster Truck Race. Is Father's Day Super Sunday.
All right.
That we do every year. So I'll be out there as well. The beer tent will be out there both nights. We'll give prizes away. If you go up there and mention a station, I'll give you a free Rock and Roll Brewery beer.
And it's rockandroll.beer. His cell phone cut out. Kachina, we got to get him on during the week next week when people are thinking about the weekend for next weekend because it is Father's Day weekend. Rockandroll.beer. More coming up.
Got it.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Verizon.
Some slowdowns around the center of town. I-25 northbound at Alameda. We're still dealing with a crash with stop and go back from Santa Fe. Southbound I-25 slow between 48th and Spear Boulevard. East of there to Commerce City, I-270 westbound, a new accident approaching Vasquez with stopped up traffic back from I-70. Otherwise, a pretty beautiful drive throughout the Denver Metro. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, clouds rolling in. We're expecting scattered thunderstorms before the day's end. Highs pushing the 80-degree mark, overnight low of 53 degrees. Tomorrow, high 75. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Ready to take control of your phone plan? Well, then you better take that next turn to a Verizon.
All right, Tom, you're next.
Got
10
it.
seconds.
Verizon is the kind of control we all deserve. Get exactly what you want. Only pay for what you need. Get my plan at your Verizon store today.
Who do I call for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains? I call the $39 people. Well, really, that's what I call them because of their extraordinary deals. Fix It 24/7. This company has extraordinary value. First of all, for that $39, you can get an extreme clean of your air conditioning system, and that means for new customers only $39. They practically refurbish the entire system, just $39. They go through the entire system, and dirt's the #1 killer. And they'll give you a no breakdown guarantee. Also, for $39, they find any problem, no matter what it is, in plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, and then give you a solution up front with a price. If you decide to have the work done, you don't pay the $39. And if you do want to wait, that's all you pay is $39. FixMyHome.com. Fix it 24/7. 720-526-3939. 720-526-3939. That management company, if I were them, man, they really should be concerned. Yeah. It means
Hey,
nothing.
Tom? He's there.
Yeah, it doesn't mean shit.
Hey,
I've
Tom?
had that very thing. Resort chic means you can wear like white pants and a shirt like that and sandals. Okay, yeah. What they don't want are cutoffs and shit like that. It's funny.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
check your email. I just sent you what Drew sent from Jersey about the story
Jesus
he had.
Christ.
The police story and a couple documents are attached.
Ugh. Okay.
I know. He's on the phone. Holding.
No, he's not on the phone.
He is on the phone.
Well, you know what? We may take that call. May. Dead last. Hold on. I just got to get to other shit here. I want to see.
We have an hour.
Which one is it? You sent two of them.
Yes, both have different attachments.
Oh, my.
One of them is a statement from his medical doctor, and one of them is a statement from the police department in which they were saying that the cop will be disciplined and
Wait a
the
minute.
matter is closed.
There's not this. Oh, hold on. Okay, this letter here, the professional standards, has concluded its investigation. Revealed that the captain violated. Oh, wow. As such, the allegation is sustained. He'll be subject to discipline. Okay, I get that. He should be happy about that.
I just don't understand why what he's trying to accomplish.
And what is this phone record?
I have no idea why he sent that. I asked him the same thing, and he said, yes, that needs to be talked about. He wants to talk to you about it.
Drew Bradford has been a patient of mine. He remains kind, honest, sincere. Jesus Christ. He suffers from poor digestion. I give a shit.
Hey, Tom, do you want me to get an expert on for Kevin about the concrete?
10 seconds.
LEM, I was thinking.
Edwards working hard for women's sports, and Tracy Beans on The Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
I'm Tom Martino, and I want to take people who've been waiting. I'm so sorry. Kevin's got a question about his sealing a concrete driveway. Kevin, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. What's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. Just had a new driveway poured this past week. Did not get it sealed. The concrete guy didn't mention sealing. Neither did the other estimates that we got for the driveway. But I'm just wondering now, is it something that I should consider to get the concrete driveway sealed?
Sealing doesn't hurt concrete at all. Do you know about it, Kevin?
Yeah, in fact, I was surprised rain actually helps a concrete
Right,
cure.
that's
So
right.
you're probably better off not sealing it for the first 30
I
days.
would not seal it for a few months. Then you can seal it. But all sealing does is retain color and stuff. Hold on, we can discuss it.
If you have
Sealing is really not necessary.
Do you still want Bob or no?
Yeah, we'll get him to weigh in on it, sure.
Okay.
An honest discussion about it.
Because you don't want to water it while they're finishing, because that's where you get this falling. But then after it settles, if you go out and water it every day, it actually cures harder and better.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Oh my God, I was just getting ready to call you. Okay, hang on, because we wanted to come to you as an expert about the concrete. Okay, perfect. All right, well, hang on for me because we're going to come back after break, and they wanted to come to you as an expert. So just hang on for me, okay, Bob? All right, hang on.
collecting classified documents in the same way that he was collecting
newspaper articles. And that quote, as of January 20th, 2021, as he departed the White House, helped cause scores of boxes, many of which contain classified documents, to be transported to the Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach. ABC Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas. Ukrainian sources reporting heavy fighting in the southern region and Russian-occupied territories. Blood rescues continue in the area where a dam burst earlier this week. This is ABC News. A key figure in the impeachment proceedings against Texas.
Do you watch Ted Lasso?
I've seen him once or twice.
Aw,
Yeah.
man. I loved it. It's over now, but it's worth watching every one of them too much, man. It really is. How about Yellowstone?
Yeah, Yellowstone. Yeah.
I always call it Yosemite. It's Yellowstone.
Yosemite, yeah.
But do you watch that?
I have.
Now I'm
It's
caught
too
up
bad all
to.
the crap.
I'm caught up to the end of the fourth season now. I'm in the fifth. I don't think it's coming back.
As of now, who knows? Probably not.
You know Sheridan's got it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he's the horse trainer. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can see him ride. You can see. I can tell. Yeah. Raiders are crazy.
It's incredible to watch.
Yep.
I mean, to be honest with you, the horses.
Well, I don't know how to stay on one of those two. When they go into their spin, you gotta know how to ride. See, my wife used to ride. We had quarter horses. And a friend of hers that we used to go to little big horse shows with, she was a world-class rider. But to see what that horse would do with flying lead changes and this and that, it's just like it's unbelievable. The only thing that horse, and this embarrassed the shit out of her, because she's her own trainer.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Training class with her 3-year-old.
Hello, Tom Martino Show.
So she goes to scrub the mud off the hood, you know, but she just goes.
Sure. What's your name?
Never been a fan.
Perfect. Okay, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hold on.
It knew everything, you know. The little 3-year-old leading it around, and the horse's head is 2 inches off the ground, following this little girl. But just don't get her feet wet. Yeah, they're phenomenal animals. Because we used to live out in Elizabeth, so we'd go out to the rodeos and stuff out there all the time. Cowboy rodeos where they'd be cutting, you know, calf number 3 out of the herd and different things.
Yeah.
It's amazing watching them work.
I had my first wife sour horses. She had horses up in those. We had this ranch.
This report is sponsored by Colorado 811. Call before you pay.
I actually grew up with horses. She didn't. I bought her a horse for the first shot, and she just fell off. Weighed about 7 horses. She bought the shit out of the ground. Man, that's how you make a small fortune in horses. You start with a big horse.
That's definitely true. They can give you the horse for free if you can't afford it. Yeah, it's just never ending. Well, look how ridiculous. You know, I start seeing bills coming through. It's like, you're paying somebody to ride your horse?
Everybody, big or small, starts with a plan. And if the plan would be big, contact Colorado 811.
Oh,
just go have fun.
Horse show. Just take out and start printing the money. We can go to the show, the hauling, the training, the dead, the turnouts. Just being at the show, the stall, the class fees. Oh my God!
And then they're all uptight and freaking out because of all this competition and all this. She never even enjoyed it. I mean, she would like get so nervous. Porsche every Sunday morning. So, you know, and you just watch the paint dry as you're going around and around and around, and then you take a break for lunch, and then they put their English shit on, and then they go around.
Just walk truck canner shows.
Yeah.
Walk truck.
You got to be at the barn at 3 in the morning to get everything loaded up so you can get down there by 7, you know. God, it's like, this is a Sunday. And I'm paying for this circus too, and working it.
All right, 10 seconds there, Tom.
To widen. Plus, there's a proposal for an amendment to the Constitution to ban assault weapons and Twisted View. 630 K-House, Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show. Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255 this hour. Brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors, the garage door people you want in your corner. If you have any problems, call One Clear Choice Doors. All of their prices right now you can see, every single one of them. If you go to oneclearchoicedoors.com. All the garage door stuff, the openers, the doors, the hinges, everything. Complete inspections, $80 if you're moving into a house. 720-370-3987. 24/7 emergency help if you can't get your door closed or opened. 720-370-3987. Hey, that's One Clear Choice Garage Doors. All right, we're going to go to the phones. Now, I got to tell you something. We got a lot to talk about, so let me get right to the phones. By the way, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. We've had slam lines. We had a few car calls, but I just want to remind you when he's not here, SheridanAutoTech.com. For general car maintenance, repairs, heavy, light, plus electrical issues. 303-455-7242 is his. So let's take this quick question from Kevin on real estate. Go ahead, Kevin. What's happening?
Okay. So let's say you bought a home.
Yes.
And in the process of hooking up a new dryer, you discover the dryer vents into a room into the basement.
Okay.
Is there any recourse?
No.
Can you go after the person who sold the home?
Not really. I mean, not really unless, see, this is not a material fact. I mean, it's minor. It's really minor. And you had a chance to inspect it. Unless there was something directly.
We had an inspector.
What's that?
We had an inspector.
Okay, so your inspector should have caught it. And if he didn't, whatever you signed with that inspector would, you should say. But here's what you have to do. You have to back up and ask, what would have happened had you discovered this before you bought it? What would have happened? Tell me, honest to God, what would have happened?
We wouldn't have bought it because the vent line, it doesn't go. The vent line that goes outside does not go into that room.
Okay, so the vent pipe, where does the vent pipe for the dryer go? Where does it go?
We don't know where it is.
Okay, what I'm asking is this. There's a vent in the wall, right? In the wall where your laundry room is, right?
No, what they did, here's what they did. They cut a hole in the wall.
Yes.
And then they cut a hole in the floor in the wall cavity.
Right.
Then they ran the pipe that comes off the dryer, the accordion pipe, through that hole and down into the hole that goes to the basement.
I get it, yeah. And so it vents into the basement, right?
It vents into the furnace room, right?
Okay, that's not a big deal. Do you have combustion air into the furnace room?
Yeah.
Fresh air, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me that would have nixed the entire sale of the purchase of the home?
Yeah, because there's no way now to get that to vent to the outside.
Well, I'm sure there is, but it doesn't have to. It's not going to be.
Yeah, but to do it, you
ahead.
have to tear the ceiling out. It's a finished basement. You have to tear the.
But the
ceiling
furnace
out
room, is the furnace room finished?
No.
Well, you said it vents into the furnace room.
It vents. They cut a hole in the floor, and they cut a hole in the floor in wall cavity, and that hole goes down into the furnace room.
I get it.
It's
And that hole from the
by
furnace room can be vented outside the same place the furnace is.
You can't vent it through the furnace.
I'm not asking you to vent it through the furnace. You're in the furnace room. There must be access to an external wall because the furnace has one.
It's 23 feet away from the furnace room.
Okay.
The furnace goes
now,
up.
if you were not going to purchase the house, then you really should have had a way better inspection. Here's what you're looking at. The home inspector probably has all kinds of disclaimers in his inspection, but you can probably get the inspection fee back. The previous owner, if it did not look at that as a defect, then it's not a defect. A disclosure statement doesn't say everything in your house is perfect. They have to disclose major defects. That would not be a major defect. However, if you believe it's a major defect, you can ask them to undo the sale or sue them to undo the sale based on that. You will lose, but you can spend $50,000 to prove me right. It's not going to be considered a major defect. You're asking me my opinion. Okay, I've done at least 30 major real estate transactions, at least. And I am telling you that is not a major defect that had to be disclosed. Unless there was a direct question that they lied about, it's going to be difficult at best. I'm just telling you that, okay? I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm not saying it's an ideal situation. It's not. Did you ask, when did you buy it, by the way?
2 months ago.
Did you ask if they would undo the sale?
No, we haven't yet.
Well, you should. And let me just tell you something. If you like this house otherwise, and that's the only thing you don't like about the house, I find it absolutely astounding that you would nix a sale based on the dryer vent. I find it absolutely unheard of.
What if they just vented it into a wall cavity? Same thing?
First of all, that would thwart the dryer. You would have to find a vent for the dryer. I'm not telling you you don't have to vent the dryer.
No.
But venting the dryer into the basement is not a major problem.
The only room in the basement that isn't finished is the furnace room.
And that's where it vents.
Every other room's finished.
And it vents into the furnace room. And the furnace room, by code, should have ventilation air, fresh air, combustion air coming into your furnace room, along with...
It does.
Okay. So when it vents into... The only problem you might have is lint and crap, and you can put a light screen on it for that. But if it bothers you that much... What you can do is you can extend where it is.
You don't think code would require it to vent out of the house?
Not now.
You could just vent.
Not now.
You can vent it wherever you want?
Not now, because they won't make you go back and do it. Somewhere along the line it's screwed up. When you buy a home that is used, there is no guarantee that everything in there is up to code. You see, you're really confusing perfection with major defects. You're really confusing it. No one has to tell you everything about a house to make it so it's perfect. That is not considered a major defect. I can say it again, but the words won't change. I mean, if you consider it a major defect, if you do, then you can bring a lawsuit based on that.
I understand that.
And you will lose. So you're going to spend money for nothing. In fact, even if you won, you would lose. Because the mitigation would be to extend the vent out to an exterior wall. And you're saying there is no place in the furnace room. So the furnace is vented 23 feet away to an exterior wall?
The furnace goes up to the roof.
Oh, okay. It doesn't go outside. So the furnace, where does the combustion air come in?
The combustion air comes in from a side vent.
Okay, that side vent, is there a way to branch off the side vent or to follow that side vent? Wherever that is, how far is that from where the dryer vent is?
23 feet.
How many?
23 feet.
So
23
your
feet.
furnace room is 23 feet big? It's that big?
No, the furnace room's small, but it's 23 feet from the wall.
Wait a minute. So if you let me ask you this. If you follow the fresh combustion air that comes into the furnace, if you follow that line,
I would go 23 feet.
can you see that line all 23 feet?
No.
It
All
goes
I
into
can
a
see-
finish. Does it go into a finished ceiling?
Yes, it goes into a finished ceiling.
Now I got it. Okay, now I understand. There is a possibility that you can pull a flex line through that outside and the fresh air will come around the flex line. What I'm saying to you is there are ways around it. First of all, the combustion air, the first thing I do in my house is I plug that up because I don't want that air coming in. But you can use that combustion air space to run something else for your dryer vent. I mean, or you can abandon the fresh combustion air. But what I'm saying to you is that wouldn't be ideal. I'm telling you how you can get around it so you're not venting directly into the furnace room. Or you could continue venting into the furnace room, but you don't like that idea. So what I'm saying to you is, I do not believe it would be enough to bring a major non-disclosure lawsuit to undo the sale of a home. How much was the house?
$500,000.
And really, be straight with me, Kevin. You honest to God want to give up the house because of the dryer vent situation? Are there other things you don't like?
No, I'm just thinking there's more things wrong.
Oh.
Because who puts a dryer vent through a wall, through a floor, into a furnace room?
Well, first of all, through the wall, a lot of people use walls, by the way, wall cavities for ducting. That's not unusual. How old is this house?
There's no ducting in it.
I know it, but it's a wall cavity. People have done that for years. What I'm asking you, how old is the house?
It's pretty old.
Okay, that has been, wall cavities, if they're enclosed by studs, wall cavities have been used for ducting before. It's not new. It's not, excuse me, it isn't new because newer ones don't do it. But it is old, by the way. So I personally think you're making too much out of it. Are there other things wrong with the house? Quite possibly, because you did not buy a perfect home. You bought an old home. I
understand I bought an old home. It's a fact someone tried to conceal something that is not done correctly.
Do you feel they tried to conceal it?
Yes.
How?
Why would you cut a hole in the wall? They cut a hole in the wall and ran the vent line off the dryer into that hole.
Because that, and then, but hold on, but then that hole vents to the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay. The reason they did that is because they probably inherited it.
There is a dryer vent on the outside of the building.
And where does that go?
We don't know. It's buried up under the finished basement roof.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere there. But why don't you just sell the house, Kevin?
But you don't think there's any recourse? Like you couldn't go back and say,
no,
if I could prove the guy knew it was like that.
Okay,
but
he did know. He most likely did know, Kevin. Here's what I'm trying to show you. Here's what I'm trying to show you. The fact that someone doesn't tell you something doesn't make it illegal or wrong or breach, okay? They don't have to tell you everything. They only have to tell you material defects that they know about, okay? That guy may have never even gave it a second thought. If you said, I can prove you knew about it, and he says, well, yeah, I did. And I used my dryer like that for 5 years. How long did they live there, do you know?
I have no idea. I think it was since 5 years, maybe.
Kevin, I'm not trying seriously to prove you right or wrong. I'm not. Because you are right you are right that it is wrong. You're right, okay? But what I'm saying is you're taking it to an extreme. It doesn't make it a non-disclosure issue for just getting out of the whole damn transaction. But you could easily sell.
They can fix it.
What's that?
Then I'll charge. They could fix it. That would be fine too.
But they don't have to fix it because they did not hide it from you. It's not, if you're going to find other things wrong with the house, they don't have to fix those other things either. No one has to fix anything for you. It's a used house.
I thought if they did unpermitted work, they had to tell you about it.
If you have a question, if there's a question on there, listen carefully, because this happened to me. If there's a question that says, were any home improvements done without a permit, and you said, and you lied about it, okay, that would be a problem. But listen carefully. Let's say that I did some work without a permit. You'd have to show damages because of it, okay? The fact that I did not have a permit in and of itself is not the damage. The damage would be I did something that would have never passed and it's dangerous. That would be the defect. I don't think these people put that dryer vent in. Maybe they did. Maybe this house 5 years ago never had a dryer and they punched a hole in there and vented it to the basement. If they did that, that was their prerogative. They own the house. They're allowed to do that. And no one said they have to tell you about it because they're not perceiving it as a defect. And you don't need a permit to install a dryer. So it wouldn't be unpermitted work. There's no permit needed to install a dryer and to vent it. There's no permit. You're not altering a structure. You're stretching too much. But you know what, Kevin? Here's what you do. I wouldn't mind getting a real estate attorney on for you to waste even more time because I want you to talk right to the horse's mouth. I would like you to talk to someone who does this every single day. What you're doing is you're going to waste time. But honest to God, I will talk. If you want to talk to a real estate attorney, let's see if we get them on. 303-713-8255.
Research shows people ignore radio.
Oh, you're perfectly clear. He's
Jesus
very
Christ!
And saves you hundreds on home insurance.
You want Brad?
Listening, so I can say anything. I can even...
You want to get Brad O'Brien?
Yeah, I would.
All right, perfect. Kel's working on it.
But I only truly feel safe revealing the
And 10 seconds, good sir.
cast radio ad.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, let's talk about the annuity, fixed index annuity. Let's call it what it is because so many people throw stones at annuities and they say, oh, it's not good for you. But they have no idea what they're talking about. There is a major group out there that sent brochures out about how bad annuities are. So I got one. I was concerned because I advertise for Joe and fixed index annuities, and I read it. Not one thing in there, not one applied to a fixed index annuity. Can you give a summary, Joe, on what a fixed indexed annuity is and how it differs from the others?
You bet. You know, a fixed indexed annuity, just like the name implies, is fixed. That means that it's guaranteed. Guaranteed. And our annuity has some specific benefits that people are just loving it. Number one, they get a 15% bonus. That's huge. Number two, they can get market potential. That means that when the market goes up, their annuity will go up.
And they share in a minimum amount, right? Don't they share in a ceiling, but no loss ever?
Yes, no loss ever. It's just like climbing a stairwell, but never going down. Now, they also get a guaranteed, and this is huge. People like the word guaranteed. They get a guaranteed income for life, plus they also get long-term care protection. I mean, I haven't seen anything else in the market. And do you know what the fee is, Tom? The fee for this annuity is only 1/10 0.1%. If somebody has a 401k or an annuity with another carrier, they'll pay between 3 and 4%.
And here's the thing, Joe. I hate when people make a big blanket statement like annuities are bad or this is bad or that is bad. It's a fixed index annuity, and when you talk about the income rider plus the rider for long-term care and all of this, there's nothing like it. At most, you sacrifice a little bit of liquidity, meaning you can't just take out your money in one big giant lump sum in the beginning, but you can take out up to 10%. There are all kinds of other ways you can get money from there if you need it, but no other investment offers the security. And I want you to find out more. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Call them directly. 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. All right, now let's talk about somebody that I know and love, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I'm going to tell you something. No one in the world will represent you better when it comes to selling your home or buying a home. That is just a fact. And I'll tell you, if you talk to any of his past clients, not one of them will do anything but sing praises to Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Forget about the actual productivity, selling for more in less time, yielding you more money in your pocket, finding you the best deals on the market when you're buying. Forget about the performance. Let's just talk about the customer service above and beyond where you feel like the only customer that he has. You'll experience it. It's the Duran difference. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. The Art of Granite, there's a difference there too. The Art of Granite, you know what the difference is? The price on the phone. Now you may think, what good is that? So what if it's a great price? What about the quality? That speaks for itself. You can look at a showroom if you want to look at the materials. You can ask customers. You can get references. I'll tell you this. I'm one of the ones that will give you a reference. So is Mark and Suzanne. You will find not only the art of countertops, not just granite, any material. You'll also find prices on the phone. He'll tear out and haul away free, do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. Give him a call right now, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Next week. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Motherfuckers. Yeah, now I got to put up with Drew? What, are you shitting me? No. I'm going to go.
Remember, Bob's on too.
I'm going to go to him.
LEM.
Where's the guy about the ceiling concrete? Where is he?
He hung up.
Okay, I'll just take Bob then. Thanks. Hey, listen. This guy, Kevin, can you tell him we're going to get Brad on?
He's not available.
No, I meant another time.
Oh, okay. I can take his number and give him a call.
Tell him that. Tell him we'll get him some honest-to-God legal advice, really.
So Brad O'Brien, our real estate attorney, is not available today, but I'm wondering if I can take your name and number and call you on Monday?
He can get free legal advice. Bought a home and the dryer vent. Can you believe that he would do away with this whole thing?
O'Brien, O''BRIEN, and his phone number is 720-370.
He believes it is a major disclosure issue.
Let us know what happens, okay?
Yeah, every time. Fuck yeah, I don't want all that air coming in. And then I block it off all the time. That's what I was saying. If he could tap into it, who gives a shit? He doesn't want a solution. I think.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. The guy in real estate, we're going to get our real estate attorney on next week. We can't find him today on Friday. So here's the deal. I think he has remorse, buyer's remorse, just wants out of it. I don't think he's looking for a solution because there's got to be one. But I want to talk to Bob from LEM Landscaping very quickly. Kevin had called in earlier and said, I just had concrete done. Should I have it sealed? Now, if you look on the internet or talk to experts, people have different opinions on sealing. Yes, you need it. No, you don't. Concrete in and of itself will cure and seal. You might want to seal to preserve color and keep grease and oil out of it, but let's just talk. Bob, what's your opinion? That's all I want is your opinion. I don't think there's a definite answer, is there?
Well, yeah, there is, Tom. When you seal gray concrete, you got to remember concrete's a coarse product. When you seal concrete, it'll add about 30% life to your concrete. What it does is it helps seals up those pores. So in the wintertime, when you get snow on it and ice, it doesn't get down into the concrete as easy or at all, and then it'll keep some damage in that. Not to mention, it is easier to clean a little bit.
Okay, so when do you seal it? When do you seal it?
We always wait concrete can take 30 to 45 days to cure from the inside out. We like to wait on gray until we know it's cured. On stamped, we do it right away. Sometimes you have to go back and do a second one because sometimes the concrete will suck the seal in. But you don't want to use a cheap seal either. The seal we use runs almost $300 for 5 gallons. We use the absolute best seal you can buy. But yes, and washing your driveway off. Good example. The seal makes it easier to clean the driveway.
Let me ask you something, Bob. When you quote a price for a slab or for a concrete, do you include the seal in it?
Only in the stamps. Only in the stamps. Because most people think you're lying to them and you tell them that it does. But people can Google it. It'll tell you right on Google how much it helps.
And is sealing, let me ask you this, is sealing something you can do yourself?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Bob. LEM Landscaping on a referral list to referralist.com, 303-564-9104. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, you got a transmission issue with a 2017 Infiniti, and you want to be known by Anonymous. Let me just call you moron. No, I'm just kidding. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hi,
Hi.
it's Wes, and my dad absolutely loves you and said you have to call Tom.
What's going on?
Here we are. So I bought an Infiniti from a dealership in Longmont on February 1st.
You know what? You made a
recently-
mistake by car dealers in Weld County all suck, but keep going.
Right? Oh, I know that now. So I took it into an Infiniti dealership last week to have an oil change. They had told me that there was a P17F0 code that came up saying I need a new transmission, that the previous owner of this car got it serviced at the exact same place that I had the oil change at, and that they told the previous owner it needed a new transmission.
Man, are you lucky you found that out. But hold on now. Hold on.
declined.
Here's what we need to know, Anonymous. I'm just going to call you Mary because I don't like Anonymous. Mary, no, listen, this is what we have to know, though. Did that previous owner tell the dealer? See, if the dealer did not lie to you. Huh? What?
This is where I need your advice.
Yeah.
So,
Just
and
so
they
you
said
let
that-
me speed right to the main issue. The dealer.
No, they didn't. The owner didn't tell the dealer. The dealer that I bought it from swore that they ran the codes on the car, that they are required to, because if I came back a couple months later and had an issue, they were going to be liable.
No, first of all, the dealer's lying to
you.
you. The dealer's lying to you. Let me just give you the facts.
know.
The dealer doesn't have to tell you anything, even if they knew the transmission was bad. Okay? I'm just going to be straight with you so you know. Even if they knew it was bad, they don't have to tell you. People think they have to tell you. It's not like in real estate where if you know of a defect, you have to tell someone. They don't have to tell you. What they can't do is lie about it, okay? They don't have to tell you, and they can't do one other thing. They can't cover it up. For example, let's say you had a bad transmission. They don't have to tell you, But they can't lie about it and say, this is a great transmission. Now, the other thing they can't do is cover it up with extra thick fluid or whatever they do to cover up the noise.
That's what they did.
Okay, hold on, and we'll come back to that. I want to know how they covered it up. We'll talk to Kevin. Listen, if they truly covered it up, you have a good case. Hold on, and we'll talk about it. I'm Tom Martino. Hey,
this is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Leland Conway at 2, 6:30.
Yeah, do you know, I just need to know what we did with the guy that bought a car and they can't find it.
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Spa Palace.
Busy Friday afternoon drive.
He's checking into it.
Metro I-25 northbound looking
somebody,
at
but
speeds
this is
in
a,
the 30s
this
and
poor guy
40s
bought a
between
truck
Broadway and
and they
Colfax,
can't
northeast
find
of there. I-270
and I
westbound,
don't have
major
a
slowdown.
resolution written down.
Mark was going to take care of that one.
East I-225 southbound, we've got
gotta
reports of
remind
an accident between I-70 and Colfax. No word of lane blockage. We're seeing minimal delays around the area.
Follow-up.
Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another warm one today. Highs pushing the 80-degree mark.
Yeah, because he was going to call the dealership and figure out what shop it was at. I think he had left.
That's right. We
Overnight
might
low
do this on
53
Monday,
degrees.
then. I'm just going to
Temperature in
flag
Denver,
this.
79 degrees. With your impact traffic
Maybe
and weather,
Kachina
Mark
can
Swan,
remind us
6:30
Monday.
K-How.
Winter is the perfect.
10 seconds, Tom.
The Spa Palace Jacuzzi or Sundance Spa. For 38 years, Spa Palace has made its customers happy with the best products and customer service. Make 2023 the best year yet. Find your nearest location at spapalace.com.
David Ellis Jewelry will get you cash for your jewelry if it's old and ugly and messed up and, you know, tangled messes, mismatched earrings, broken watches. Or if you have antique used stuff that's really good, they'll give you a fair price. So whether it's junk, they weigh it and pay it, or it's stuff where they give you a pretty good price, you need to go live and local, someone we've known for 40 years. DavidEllisJewelry.com, 3rd and Clayton. Look for the black awning. And by the way, he is a jewelry store, so you can buy there, although there's no obligation. That's 303-322-8779, 322-8779.
Keep our...
Did you throw your trash in the trash with the pizza crust? Okay, good. Because I'm not going to put food. I'm going to put all that food together. I freeze it. So when trash comes, I can throw it out. I don't put stuff out there for animals. So what I do with organic waste, I just put it in freezer bags and then put them all in garbage. They don't like pizza boxes and recycle. I don't know why. It's perfect recycled. The way they put the restrictions on recycled shit, if you read the restrictions, it's like, I swear to God, if you ever read the restrictions, technically, if it comes in contact with food, well, every jar I know is a jar that had food in it. I mean, glass, right? Pickle jars and all that, they say. I thought the refining process, I thought one of the things they do is they boil this shit, they grind it. I'm going to write that as a possible topic, recycling. I want to know recycling rules. I swear to God, I'm going to contact them because I think we waste our time recycling shit they're never going to use. Do you have recycling bins? I like them. I like separate. I know. But especially, we know soda cans, right? But that came in contact with soda, so I don't understand why a jar that comes in contact with pickles, why would that make a difference? And then certain plastics...
You might know this. Where's the nearest 7-Eleven to here?
Huh?
Just down the Shell.
Why, are you having an urge for roller food?
No. So Leland texted me and said that 7-Eleven now has chicken wings and they wanted to do a taste test on Twisted View.
Wow.
Yeah, just down the way, right next to 25, the Shell or something, I think.
It's not.
How do you put that on a roller? How do you put them on a roller?
Is it a 7-Eleven?
That I don't know.
In fact, the only roller food there could be is our hot dogs.
Taquitos.
Huh?
Taquitos.
Mark used to go get those for us. He would just be out and he'd say, "You want one? Or you want some roller food?" And then the other thing they would do every once in a while, pick up.
We're 80237, right?
Yeah. Sue's would call and say, "They were the best, man. These breakfast burritos on the street merchants. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
God, and you have no idea the conditions they were prepared in. Now, Nathan's Hot Dogs back east. Now, you know Nathan's from New York, right? Fuck yes. And then another one back there that you don't have, you never hear, is Mike Submarines. Were like the best. Are they truly like, I mean, you have like, what do we have? What's that name? Jimmy John's? That's kind of like it. You know, Mike Submarines were so great. And then what was the donut place? White Castle. No. White Castle was hamburgers, little square hamburgers. And then, and Dunkin' was the big deal. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts, because...
Or Monaco Street, right?
Yeah.
Kaiser rolls sometimes. Just, yeah, with the black poppy season. Yeah. New York had all the time. They didn't have, you're right, they had the fucking Kaiser, I forgot. Just a Kaiser roll buttered in the morning. In New York, I'd go before the radio show. When I was doing my show in New York, I would go there. I would go and get coffee and a Kaiser roll and take it up to the studio. And Rush Limbaugh was there. He wasn't there all the time, but he shared a studio with us. And,
Trump twice showed documents to guests in 2021. Classified documents. Well, he unclassified them when he was president. That's a non-starter. 15 seconds there, Tom.
Really willing to do what it's going to take to save Denver? Is he willing to tick off all those lefties? Let's find out together Friday at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Okay. How did the guy cover up the transmission? That's what we need to know. How did the dealer cover it up?
Okay, so here's what happened. So I went back and asked them, and they had told me that, now cover it up, we're trying to figure that out.
See,
so
what I'm trying to get at,
me
Mary, is don't waste your time proving you need a transmission and it was bad when you bought it, because that doesn't get you a transmission. You bought it as is. The only thing that will get you a transmission is if they lied to you or covered it up. Seriously. Or an extended warranty.
The only way they've lied to me, I have an extended warranty. However, I asked 4 different people the day before I signed the papers, and I asked specifically, what about the transmission, the engine, the radiator, the spark plug? Is there anything that I would need to service soon? Is there anything that I need to watch out for? Because I know used cars are as is. Absolutely.
But Mary, by asking that question, you did not negate the as is. You didn't negate it. This is what I'm really trying to help you. What I'm saying is this. If you said, what about the transmission? What about this? What about that? They're giving it to you in their what they know at the time or what they proclaim to know. But if you ever went to court and said, they lied to me, I asked them, do I have to service this, 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 and this? And they said, no. Here's what they say. I don't recall that. She bought it as is, Your Honor.
That's fine, but I had 2 other people with me who heard it, but not
Mary,
only
did
that,
they tell you absolutely the transmission was fabulous?
Well, here's my point, though. I feel like it's a little bit convenient that they don't have proof that whether or not they ran the codes. They have it for every other car, but spectacularly with mine, they don't have the proof. They can't show me the codes were ran when it was brought in as a trade-in.
And Mary, they don't see, but they, God, I hope you go away from this knowing that I want to find a way to help you, but you're picking all the wrong arguments. They don't have to prove they did anything. They're not even required to inspect a vehicle when they get it. They don't have to do, see, we are assuming that they have to do way too much for you. Now.
But what about the lemon law?
The lemon law says when
How is that not legally required? A transmission you have to have.
I'm going to tell you, you're talking about the lemon law. The lemon law applies to brand new cars during the first year of ownership when
Brand
the
new.
problem can't be fixed 4 or more times, or you lose the use of that car for 30 days. This was a used car, right?
Yeah.
What year was it?
Okay.
What year?
2017.
Okay, and how many miles?
2017. It had 106 when I got it.
Okay. Kevin, for what does it need for the transmission? What does it need? Does it need a whole new? Does
it's showing is either a valve body or a transmission. Yeah,
now,
it's major.
did they say that it needs a whole new transmission, Mary? A whole new one?
Yes, they did. The code was a P17F0.
Let's talk to. Did the dealer say they would help you at all? First, let's take that way. Anything?
No. They said that it would go through my warranty, and I would still have to pay out of pocket because the high-tech warranty, the highest one I got, doesn't cover some stuff.
Wait a minute.
So I'm still having to pay out of pocket.
For the whole thing or part of it?
For part of it.
How much?
About $1,000, which I know in the scheme of things doesn't seem like much.
No, I can see where it's a lot for you, but I will tell you this. No, truly, if they're going to honor that warranty, if they truly are for $1,000, that is a deal for you, and I'm going to tell you why. Because that warranty, most warranties do not have to cover pre-existing conditions. And you have absolute proof it was pre-existing. That other dealer said it was bad when you bought it. If your warranty company gets wind of that, they won't cover it.
Yep.
So Nissan's saying that they didn't know about it. So to them, it wasn't a pre-existing condition.
No, I'm talking about your warranty company. If your warranty company
Correct.
ever talked to that dealer, and that dealer said, this transmission was bad 6 months ago, your warranty company would turn it down immediately. So you have some choices to make here. You have to wonder how much noise you want to make, because as soon as you start making too much noise that it was like that when you bought it, now you're going to axe yourself out of your warranty.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay, good.
Oh, I know. And that's why I'm anonymous and I'm keeping
Here
quiet.
is what I would do.
Just,
Here's what I would do if I were you.
Dealership.
Let me tell you what I would do.
Okay.
I would pay the $1,000 and get it fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would sue the dealer for the $1,000 in small claims court, because the worst thing that can happen is you lose, and it's $50. Seriously, I mean, at least. Because if you fight too much, you're not going to get even the warranty to cover it. I would get the warranty to cover it, cough up the $1,000, then go after the dealer for the $1,000. But personally, I think you're going to lose the $1,000. You're not going to win that lawsuit. You're not going to lose the $1,000, but you're not going to get it. I just don't think so. Correct. Because again, your assumptions were if they knew about it, they should have told you, and they didn't have to tell you. Even if they knew about it, they couldn't lie, or they couldn't.
Even if they said they would have to tell me, legally or not.
Well, see, that's an interesting question.
So,
what you're saying is this, Tom. They said they would have to be responsible. That doesn't make them responsible. They're just trying to make you feel good.
I know.
They were just saying to you, hey, you know what, Mary? Of course we pulled the codes. Because if we didn't, we would have been responsible. Now that makes you start thinking, you better prove you pulled the codes. But even if you don't prove it, what they told you to begin with was a false premise. It doesn't matter. They lied to you about that. They lied to you about them being responsible had they known about it. I don't even know why they would bother lying to you. I think they're just trying to make you feel good.
This isn't the first time.
They're trying to make you feel. And you know what? I hope that you tell us after you get this done the name of the place, and I'll tell you why. Because we need to let people know about them. Because this is wrong, and I've already been railing against every single car dealer in Weld County. We have not found one good car dealer in Longmont or Greeley yet. Not one. That's how bad it is.
I have.
You did?
There's an Infinity dealer.
We got to take a break, Tom.
All right.
Rave about. I absolutely love them. They were going to pay every cent of this if I could get it transferred, but my warranty will not transfer it.
All right. Well, we might want to
we're
work
gonna
on
do
that.
the
Wait,
loaner
we
and
might,
the
hold on. We
T4.
might want to work on that separately. I'm Tom Martino. I have to take this break. That poor woman. Oh, my God, that poor woman.
Impact Traffic.
You know,
This report is sponsored by Verizon.
Busy Friday afternoon driving throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 northbound.
No,
looking
this
at
poor
speeds in
woman.
the 30s
Now
and
listen,
40s between Broadway and Colfax. Northeast of there,
Rick.
I-270 westbound. Major slowdowns continue between I-70 and Vasquez.
Well,
Further east,
we can
I-225
help
southbound.
Rick.
We've got reports of an accident
We
between
can't help
I-70
him right
and
this minute
Colfax.
'cause we're gonna be out of
lane
time.
blockage.
I'm gonna take
We're seeing
Bill when
minimal
we come
delays
back.
around the area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Another warm one today. Highs pushing the 80-degree mark. Clouds rolling in from the west as they have been every day, with chance of scattered thunderstorms as the afternoon progresses. Overnight low of 53 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Ready to take control of your phone plan? Well, then you better take that next turn to a Verizon store. Because my plan from Verizon is the kind of control we all deserve. Get exactly what you want. Only pay for what you need. Get my plan at your Verizon store.
There you go.
All right, let's talk about Garage Kings. I love talking about garage floor coatings because I think they're so beautiful. I've had them in every home I have. Sidewalks, pool decks, patios, whatever you have that's concrete, you can coat, and it's beautiful. Now, Garage Kings offers the best price, guaranteed for life, and no money down. Think about it, GarageKings.com. You won't do better than Garage Kings. 720-252-0370. The Art of Granite will give you a price right now if you call them for your countertops. They do countertops and cabinets. They will give you a price for your project if you just describe it to them, maybe snap a picture or so, and they'll do more than granite. They do any solid surface, any natural stone. They're direct stone importers. They tear out and haul away free. They do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen, or a free kitchen sink. So ask them for a price right now. They'll give it to you no matter what surface you want. It's wholesale on all materials. That's theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. I wish that I could.
Garage Magic is considered just a concrete sealer. No, they do that poly. That's a little different, isn't it? Not a regular concrete sealer.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, yeah. And the Arabs formed it, right? And hired it and paid a shitload of money. What's going on?
So, but there's all kinds of rumors flying about. One thing
Why did they merge?
PTA is a nonprofit organization.
Suing who? Over what? I think because of their exclusivity. I mean, weren't they telling golfers if you go to them, you go? That's an ingenious move, though, on that independent group. That's an ingenious, because they were monopolized for years. Who cares? And remember, XFL tried to get a league, and then they made an indoor league, which did. They're snuffed out now, right? The indoor league.
The indoor is, but there's another XFL.
No.
Yeah,
Come on. Really, right? You like from the old XFL, or is this an XFL league? Let's see.
There's actually 2 other football leagues.
Come on. Really?
I don't know who they are.
All right, 15 seconds there,
Rebooted
Tom.
XFL.
Let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW and the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
I'm Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, Bill, you have a comment on venting dryers. One guy was so bent out of shape because his dryers vented into the basement. Of course, that's not technically proper, but I told him it wouldn't kill anybody. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, years ago, I think it was public service was giving those things away to heat your house up and stuff like that. So some guys at work
Giving what away?
To tie into your dryer to vent into the house.
Really? You mean they actually had a device that allowed you to do it?
Like a little
but
box.
The problem was these guys all this stuff in the house started rusting up.
Oh, because of the moisture?
Yep.
I doubt in Colorado, if ever, we would have enough moisture to hurt anything. But that's, you know what? That is a great idea, Bill. We need to look into that device. That guy, that would solve his problem, man. And into the furnace room, who would care? By the way, SheridanAutotech.com. Kevin, thank you so much for being here. We love what we do, so remember, 303-MARTINO for help, information, and referrals. See you guys.
All right, see ya.
I remember stuff like that. I thought we were renting it because we did that. Rent the dryer vent into the basement.
You know
Use
what?
it to heat it.
But to heat, that's a great idea.
What it was, a square box with a screen. So the vent hooked to it, and then you just open the screen to clean it.
Because all that heat, why
It's a waste to just blow it right out.
In fact, I think, if there was just a brain for the house that would take everything we produce and recycle to as much as you can. You want to hear something silly? For example, light. Light produces energy. Even though we're using that light, can we also be harnessing some of it back again? Why not? It doesn't take away. That's the one thing about light. It doesn't take away from it when you, in other words, light, no matter how many things
like to generate solar or something from it.
It doesn't take anything away from it. Whereas mechanical energy, it takes away from it. When you siphon off mechanical energy, it takes from it.
Sure.
Any other kind of energy, it sucks from it. Gasoline,
like
whatever.
thermal or any
But
kind of,
light, you could have 1,000 different panels, and it won't diminish the light.
Well, thanks for the pizza, Tom. It's good to have anchovies.
That's the way to do it.
Because nobody else I know will let me do it either.
Oh my God, no one does it. I mean, it's like the hardiest people you think, oh, you'll like it. No, they don't.